the world's leading real estate trainer today, and I teach people how to buy and sell houses without using their money or credit all over North America. And because I personally teach my events, I hear the same things over and over everywhere I go, no matter what city I'm in. People are hating more and more of what they do. I'm not in control of my life, and I have to work 70 hours a week whether I like it or not. To take your life back and build your own business is really what we are here to do.
When it comes to Ron LeGrand, there's nobody else that has had more of an impact on our real estate investing business. Ron himself has invested in more than 3,000 single-family homes himself. So he knows what he's doing. He's been through all the failures and the mistakes to teach us and other students.
Our folks come in, they start wherever they like. I like to teach people how to be a transaction engineer. There's all kinds of ways to make money in real estate. And if you only see one way, then you're walking through the business with blinders on and usually walking over the dollars to get to the dimes. Real estate is a vehicle to generate cash, not to bury cash.
It's amazing, just 2 years ago when I was working a day job at a restaurant and quitting that to go do the real estate full time, I've made more money in one transaction than I ever made in 1 year working at a restaurant.
My goal is to get people out of a job and into freedom by taking control of their own financial destiny. It's all about freeing up your time so you can enjoy life.
Because of Ron LeGrand, we were able to triple our income and go from 6 figures a year to 7 figures a year within that first year of meeting Ron.
Some of the common objection, I don't have time, I don't have money, it's not for me. Ron's had 18-year-old kids go through this program, make $30,000. It works for anybody.
Thankfully, we finally found him, and he was the guide. He was the mentor I'd always been looking for.
We have a community, and that's what it is. It's a community. It's a great big family. So we're not going to run you in a seminar and love you and leave you in the morning. We're going to be there when you get out of the seminar, and we expect this relationship to keep going for a lot of years into the future. Once you enter Planet Ron, as I call it, you're in it for life. Well, good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you're at. Actually, I'm doing this for in cooperation with Steve and Robin Love out in Southern California. Steve called me a little while ago and said it's about time we did something together again, and I agreed. So I said, Steve, I'm not coming to California, so the next best thing is to get on the tube. So here I am. So we got a lot of Californians watching this morning, and that is the reason we started at noon Eastern Standard Time. So you all are welcome. I didn't want to get you out of bed too early. So thank you, Steve and Robin, for sponsoring this. We got a lot of folks also from all over the country, eastern side, western side. So welcome, regardless of where you're from. We got a lot to cover in our few hours together today. So let me start by getting our staff introduced here. Behind the scenes, we have Nick and John, and way back behind the scenes, we have Debbie hiding from you. Nick, while I got you on the screen, why don't you tell everybody how we're going to handle questions?
Sure. Basically, if you have questions, we're actually streaming this to 3 different platforms. We've got a YouTube, which most people are watching on. We have Facebook, and we have TikTok that we're now streaming on for the first time. On TikTok, you won't be able to see the slides, so you may want to go find us on YouTube if you're watching on TikTok. That way you can see the slides that Ron is going to be showing. But you can still ask questions there. Just type them in the comments. Same thing with Facebook and YouTube. Just type them in the comments. It does help me out if you put the letter Q out in front of your question. That way I know that it's a question and it's not just chatter in the chat there. So put the letter Q out in front if it's a question.
Okay.
Also, it would help if you could include your city and state, because that will probably affect Ron's answer to your question. Keep your question short, like a sentence or two, not a whole page, and try to keep the questions on content that Ron has already covered, because you may find that by the time we ask your question, he's already answered it. So.
And one more thing, before you submit your question, read it back to yourself and ask yourself, would I know what the heck this means if I weren't the one asking it? Because we get questions all the time. We have no idea what they mean. So just read it before you send it, please. Nick, also, we're on Instagram, we're on TikTok, we're on pretty much everywhere. How do they find me on Instagram?
Pretty much just search for Ron LeGrand. The actual screen name is Real Ron LeGrand. Same thing with TikTok, it's Real Ron LeGrand.
Okay.
Twitter, I think, is just Ron LeGrand. So
Whatever, I'm not hard to find. YouTube, there's enough videos on there to keep you busy till you're way beyond retirement age, and some of you already are, so plenty of videos. Now, I'm on TikTok. It's hard for me to even believe. The old guy is on TikTok. You will not see me in a spandex bathing suit or any of the weird stuff they do on TikTok. I can tell you that right now, but we are answering a lot of questions on TikTok, and we're getting very active on it. In fact, you should see some videos on there of my recent Alaska trip that I just got back from. Sorry you weren't there, Steve and Robin, maybe next time. But we go there every year. This year wasn't a banner fishing year, I'll tell you that, but we bought back way more than I'm going to eat. So I just got back from that this past weekend. I got back on a Sunday. My fish got back on Monday. So you can imagine what they were like. They got waylaid in Dallas. All right, so a couple more things. I bet you got a cell phone sitting right beside you, kind of like this one, Would you please turn that thing off? No buzzing, no vibrating, no lighting up, no interruptions of any kind. Just give me a few hours of your time today, and you never know, it could very easily be the few hours that changes your life. It was only a few hours a long time ago that changed my life, and I had no intentions of having a life-changing experience during that time frame. So you never know when the time is right, when a piece of information is going to come and hit you, and you're ready to take action on it. So give it your all today. We're only going to be here for, I don't know, we're scheduled for 3 hours. I don't know how long we're going to be here because it's going to have a lot to do with how many questions you ask along the way. And I got a student that I do want to interview right after we take a break. And by the way, I'll be answering your questions after the break. So I'll get them up there because they're going to be answered in order. Don't forget to put the Q out there so they don't get mixed up with all the comments. And Nick, if you see fit, and you want to hit me with some questions along the way, you can, but only a few at a time, please. Speaking of time, I'll tell you what time I'm going to come back, and I'll be back here on time. And if I were you, I would probably schedule maybe 3.5 hours today, in case you got something planned for right after this. You might want to think about putting that off. All right, what are you going to learn today? I'm going to teach you the most money is made in real estate, how the biggest wealth is created in the single-family house business, and it's not wholesaling, and it's not rehabbing and retailing. Now, believe me, I do all of the above. I teach all of the above. I've done hundreds of all of the above. But today I want to focus on the terms business, the time we have, and show you where most of the investors are missing out on the biggest opportunities in terms. It's not in the junker business. And you'll see why, you'll see the difference between the two. And I'll show you how to build a business that will produce all kinds of revenue streams for you, which I'll go over, but creates wealth for you at the same time. And it's a whole lot easier than buying a junker and rehabbing it. Of course, there isn't much easier than wholesaling a house, because I can tell you I've never been in a time where houses were easier to wholesale than now. But first you have to find them. And frankly, wholesaling them is just giving away all the money. I'll come back to that later. All right, I have to disclose that you're watching an old, toothless man here this morning. See? All right. I'm waiting for it to heal so I can get my permanent implant. So there, let's get that out of the way so I don't have to work so hard not to smile this morning. All right. I have a tooth missing. There, I've said it. All right, John, you want to give me the screen? Let's get going here. Okay. I titled this Wealth Without Risk because that's exactly what it is. The longer you hang around me, the more you're going to see that I'm adverse to risk. I've done my share of taking risk. I've paid my share of penalties for taking risk. I'm still paying them to this very day. And I'll describe to you what risk is and how to avoid it. And yes, you can buy and sell houses without risk, without using your money, without using your credit. You're going to learn that today. I'm going to go through the terms business with you step by step. And you're going to see, yes, it does work here. Yes, it does work in this hot market. Yes, it does work in California and all the other states in between. So we're going to talk about where the big money is, not just where the next check is. Why real estate? Because you can start immediately. You don't need credit. You don't need partners. And I'll show you how to reverse your risk. And at the most, you're going to risk a little money. And frankly, sometimes you might lose a little bit of money because you made a mistake. You'll get it back multiple times over the next deal you do. So I don't even really consider that risk. I'm talking about a little money, not a lot of money. And you can do this inside and outside of your IRA and other tax-free entities, so you don't even have to pay taxes on it once you get going. Right now, my goal is to help you get through your next deal. Let's worry about doing it tax-free later, because I hope my goal is that you and I will spend some time together. Will I be selling something today? No, I'll be offering you things today to enhance your career. You're going to have to decide whether you want to buy them or not. But I do have a 4-day event that I'll be talking about, and I have a mentoring service as well. So yes, I'll be telling you what I got. You'll be telling me whether you want it or not. Is that fair? We're going to be doing a business that does not require your credit. In fact, there's 3 ways you can lose on Planet Ron. Number 1, you can write a big check. If you write a big check, you can lose check. Don't write check, can't lose check. It ain't rocket science. There will come times maybe when you're going to write a big check. In fact, once you start making a bunch of money, you've got to find something to do with it. And honestly, I can't tell you anything that I'd rather do with cash than go pay cash for houses or go put it in real estate as long as I get it money back. Anytime I write a check, I want to get a bigger check back quickly. What I do not want to do is bury that money in real estate, because I'll be getting basically a 0 return if I can buy that same real estate without using my money or the same amount of real estate. So we don't write big checks until we are clearly trained and know exactly what we're doing and expect to get it back quicker. For example, if I pay cash for a house and then I go rehab that house and then I sell it, that's a great use of cash when you have cash. You can do that without using your cash, but if you have cash, why not use it for that? Gigantic rate of return. But the biggest mistake people make is guaranteeing debt. We will not guarantee debt on Planet Ron. You will never go down to the bank. You will never go online and apply for a credit. Nobody will ever check your credit report. Nobody will ever ask you for a financial statement. And if they do, you are better stop and think. And in fact, write these letters down right now. WWRD. What would Ron do? Smack yourself, reverse, and don't do deals that require your credit. No deal in the terms business is going to require your credit. In fact, no deal in our business, period, whether it be cash deals or terms deals, requires credit on Planet Ron. The minute you guarantee that debt, you risk your credit, you risk your assets, and you risk your marriage. For what? To buy a house. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not need credit to buy houses. And if you're using credit, you're doing it wrong and likely heading for a bad outcome. Do not guarantee debt. Number 3, we don't make promises we can't keep, and we use attorneys to close everything. Therefore, we do it all legally. We have all the documents in place, full disclosures, and if we ever have a problem later, we've got all the evidence, and we are not going to do anything to take advantage of people. We don't need to do anything illegal, immoral, or unethical to buy houses, pretty or ugly. And in fact, if you do, don't tell anybody you learned it from me, because you did not. I've never bought a house, and over 3,000 of them and climbing, to where the seller didn't gladly sign and gladly sell the house and got what they agreed to take out of the deal. You don't force people to do anything. In fact, you're going to learn from me very quickly. I'm not even going to ask them more than once or twice, and I'm out of here. I want to deal with the people who want to deal with me and get rid of the rest at lightning speed. Tell it like it is, get it all in writing, use attorneys to close. Don't write big checks, don't guarantee debt, don't make promises you can't keep, close with attorneys, and you're going to love this business. It's a part-time business, but it's a full-time income. In fact, it's so systemized today, it's never been more systemized in my 40 years, I can tell you that. Today, there's almost nothing for you to do. So as we go through the system, you'll see that almost everything is done for you. And honestly, it doesn't take much time. And if you're spending a lot of time doing the real estate business, I can promise you you're wasting most of it doing stuff that does not matter and will not produce revenue, but just sucks up your time. There's just a few things you need to systemize. I'll go cover them for you. And when you do, there's not much left for you to do. I'm going to cover the best way to make the most money and without using your credit on nice houses and nice neighborhoods in any price range, regardless of where you live, anywhere in this country or Canada or many other countries for that matter. How to build a big monthly residual. I love that word, residual. And build a retirement. Many of you watching today are worried about your retirement, and frankly, you should be. With the government we have in place today, there may not be any retirement by they're going to spend it all before you get a chance to even use it. So here's what I say. We can't control what goes on in the White House, but we can control what goes on in our house. Take care of our house. Get your residual income up to many times more than you need to live on. And then what they do in the White House, I can't tell you it won't bother you, but it won't bother you as much. Take care of your house first. And you can do that only with that residual income. That's that income that comes in every single month, whether you're working or whether you're not working. That's my favorite type of income. And we can build that into the terms business. We cannot get that wholesaling or rehabbing. Operate your business without raising money from private lenders. Private lenders are a synonym for the junker business, paying cash. You won't need private. You certainly don't need. Your head is so small, it just amazes me still to this day how we can run this business with such a very small overhead and have such huge transaction value checks on the back end. I don't know of any other business like this. I can tell you that it ain't a restaurant because I've had 6 of those, and the overhead was staggering and the income was small and the risk was great. Not here, not in this business. We have almost no risk, almost no overhead, and huge, big back-end paydays and continual residual income. Do the job once, keep getting paid over and over again. You won't need employees unless you get to the point, or until you get to the point to where you want to turn this thing into a real business doing multiple deals per month. And then you're probably going to need an employee or two. How you can get a $20,000 check within the next 60 days, and honestly, that's small, especially for you Californians. I don't touch a deal that I can't make at least $20,000 on, and that don't get me really excited, to be honest with you. As you're going to see, the more higher dollars you waller in, the more dollars you waller in, the more stick to you. And you folks that are in your higher dollar areas are going to have a distinct advantage in the terms business, because the higher price properties you deal in, automatically, the more dollars you're going to pull out of them on a profit. Profit now, profit monthly, and continually making money. But just what if we could get you an extra $20,000 a month coming in? What would that do to your lifestyle? I doubt there's anybody watching that it wouldn't have some kind of effect on your lifestyle. But just the same, $20,000 a month is more than most people make in this country working 40, 50 hours a week. So we're talking about adding that in as an extra income, not even replacing your current income until you decide it's time to replace your current income. And I can tell you from vast experience that if you get your head in this and you move forward and you implement what you're going to learn, and I'm going to give you plenty of chance to learn it, and the implementation comes with the learning automatically with us here at Global Publishing. By the way, we were based in Jacksonville, Florida. The company's called Global Publishing, in case you didn't know that. And well, I lost my train of thought. Anyway, could you use some extra money every month? And the answer is yes. So you can do things like this. This is my wife, Beverly, 57 years now, almost 58 years with this woman, almost 58 years. There we are in Italy on a recent vacation. We're holding up the Leaning Tower of Pisa there, and we also went to the Colosseum. And boy, if you haven't been to Rome, you need to go to Rome and go see this Colosseum. I mean, it's worth the whole trip. It's just a magnificent tour. By the way, if you do, let me give you a tip. When you go to Rome, excuse me, make sure you book a private car. We booked a private car, and it took us all around the city. We skipped all the lines, and that's the only way you want to go see Rome. In fact, pretty much any city. We always try to book a private tour when we go to any of these cities. So I mean, when you learn so much, when you've got a driver driving you around, you're never going to learn on your own trying to get around, trying to save a few bucks on a car and a driver. I just got back from here. Excuse me. This is where I went in Alaska, Salmon Falls Resort, Ketchikan, Alaska. And I go there every year to slaughter the fish, halibut and salmon for the most part. That's a halibut. That's a flounder on steroid. That's prize fish. That's what we go up there for. Ask Steve, he'll tell you that. I remember when he and his son was up there with me one year, he caught a king salmon. And I think it was maybe an ounce bigger than the king salmon I caught. But I think the scales were wrong. To this very day, I think my fish was bigger. But, who's going to argue? All right, I've been around forever. In fact, I've been around some people call me Moses. They all call me the OG. I've done real estate of all kinds, residential, commercial, multiple developments in multiple different states, constantly run multiple businesses concurrently, and frankly don't show up for any of them to this very day. I've trained many of the trainers. Most of the people that are out there today training came through me, and many of them I taught how to train after they learned the real estate business. And some people call me the Godfather, and I've spoken with the biggest and the best, including this guy. By the way, his hair is real. I looked right down, saw the roots coming out of his head. In case anybody asks, I will testify. And this guy is Dr. Phil. He has no hair, but this guy has plenty of hair. This is Gene Simmons from KISS. Great guy. First time I met him, he stuck his hand out and said, "It's good to meet me, isn't it?" I love this guy. He's a swell human. And then today, here's what's left of my family, Goldie and Ruby. These are actually Beverly's children, and frankly, they get way more attention than I recall our kids getting. But on the other hand, they don't talk back much either. So, two golden retrievers, and they are our only house guests today. But that's not how I started, and it took me a long time how to figure out how to make the money in this business. I made all the mistakes that I see all these new folks coming in making. In fact, I've got a new book coming out pretty soon. Make a note. It's called Lessons Learned. And I wrote that book while I had COVID. So you'll be seeing it coming out one of these days in the not too distant future. But it didn't start there. It started with a wash machine back in 1982, March 12th to be exact. And I was running a service station, and I was working 12 hours a day most of the time. I was the mechanic as well as the person pumping the gas, and I had employees when they showed up. But in the hot Florida sun, if you can just imagine, under the hood of a car, 140 degrees, and not in a very good mood when I came home, I can tell you that. And I came home one day and Beverly said, "I want a new wash machine," because we'd already fixed the old one twice. And I said, "We can't afford a new wash machine." And I blew up, and we got in an angry argument and went to bed mad. And because you see, I couldn't afford a new wash machine. In fact, we had to buy groceries 2 or 3 times a week because we couldn't afford them to go buy a week at a time. I mean, it was a struggle just to stay ahead, and the bills were always piling up. So it's just a matter of which one made it to the top of the pile this month or this week. And it was like that for years and years and years. And I didn't know how. I didn't see a way out. But anyway, I went to bed that night and I couldn't sleep all night. And I lay there awake thinking to myself, what a loser you are, Ron. Can't even buy you. I'd already been married 17 years at this time, and we had 4 children, and I couldn't buy my wife a new wash machine. So, I got to thinking, do I want to live the rest of my life like this? And the answer was absolutely not. And I can tell you it was a turning point, because I can remember that thought process to this very day. And I got up the next morning, I made up my mind, I'm not going to do this for the rest of my life. And I don't know what I'm going to do, but it's not going to be this. And so I started looking. And shortly I found an ad that said, "Come learn how to buy real estate without using your money or credit." Of course, I knew it was a scam. I knew you couldn't buy real estate without using your money or credit, but I thought I'd go check it out anyway. But there was one problem, and that was that seminar was on at the same time that Dallas was on TV, and J.R. Ewing was my hero. And that was a major decision for me to skip Dallas and go to that seminar. I think about this often. I look back and I think, what compelled me to go? I mean, you just don't know how important that show was to me. I look forward to it, and there was no TiVo. We couldn't record it, and there was no replays, any of that. Something compelled me to go. And I can't honestly tell you what it was, except that argument that I had over that washing machine, and I just decided I'm going to do something different. And I'm going to tell you right now, something has to trigger your decision to do something different. And sometimes you have to get down to the bottom to start working your way back up to the top. Sometimes something happens in your life and you just make the decision. But I can tell you, if you don't make that decision, then nothing's going to change. So if everything's working fine for you, it's going to be harder for you to move forward than those folks that don't have a lot of choice in their minds. Well, I went to that seminar not knowing what I was getting myself into, And I wound up having to come up with $450 to go to a 2-day seminar the next weekend, and I had to borrow that money. I did not have 450 bucks. I don't know what that is in today's dollars, but it was a lot of money to me back then. But I went. I spent 2 days learning about the real estate business, stuff I've never heard of before. Most of that stuff went right on by. In fact, one thing I did pick up was wholesaling, which is why it's not hard for me to understand why people are so gravitating toward wholesaling today, because it's such an easy thing for people to do to get a check. But then the problem is they get trapped in that, and that's all they do for years and years and years, and they miss all of the real wealth in real estate. And as you're about to see, there's more money in the pretty house business just as fast as there is a wholesale, but we get all them other goodies along with it. But back then, my first deal was a wholesale deal, and I did it 3 weeks after I got out of that seminar. I only made $3,000, but it was a life-changing $3,000. The decision I made was to keep going. I got rid of my job, and I kept going, and I kept doing it. And I want to make a point here right now. Guys and gals, you can come to all the seminars you want. You can watch everybody on YouTube that's got something to say about how to make money in real estate until your brain can't take any more and your butt is just as worn out. It won't do you one bit of good until you start implementing what you learn. Watching seminars ain't going to make you rich. Implementing, making mistakes, fixing it, moving forward, learning as you go will make you rich. So today, I'm going to show you what I do. I'm going to give you a chance to come let me teach you personally. I sure hope you make the decision to take advantage of that, because I don't know how much longer you're going to get that choice. A wash machine changed my life, but the decisions that I made are what changed my life, and then the action I took after I made those decisions are what changed my life. People come up to me all the time and they say, Ron, you have changed my life. My answer is always the same. You changed your life. I'm just the messenger boy. You're the one that decided to do something with that information. Well, I'm almost 58 years now, and Beverly gets a washing machine anytime she wants it. Now, a lesson that took me a long time to learn was this one. The less I do, the more I make. In fact, I wrote a book on it. It's so important. You can get that from us, or you can get it from Amazon. And it's all about delegation, automation, systemization. And friends, in today's world, you got to get automated, and it's so easy to get automated because all that means is outsourcing a few things, and we've got all that done for you if you want to tap into it, plug and play. But you've got to get out of your own way. The enemy is here. It is us. If you're going to spend your life doing minutia things all day, every day, most of which don't even matter, but if you insist on doing everything yourself in order to save a few dollars to get other people who can do it better and faster and easier for a very small amount of money, you're going to have a hard time moving forward because you're going to miss the big deals while you're trying to save 25 cents. Focus on the revenue, not the little cost control. And the less I do, the more I make means get the hell out of your own way and get to the point to where you are running your own business and it's not running you. So you can do things like this. This is what I do I got several classic cars. This is the one that I'm working on now. It's a 1967 Lincoln Continental, suicide doors there. You see it yellow. Right now it's in the paint shop. When it comes out, it's going to come out black cherry with brand new interior in it. And frankly, I'm making a new car out of this old car. All right, that's just kind of what I want to do. All right, I just like old cars. What do you want to do? And may I make you a suggestion? Especially you old geezers watching this that are retired and don't have a lot to do. Everyone needs something to look forward to. Everyone needs something to look forward to. And if you don't have that something, get that something, whatever it is. Okay, I look forward to going out in my workshop at night, putzing around with my old cars. And I'm constantly rotating them just so I constantly have something to putz around with. I got several of them right now. But hey, okay, I ain't making any money at it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not doing it for the money, but I'm doing it because I enjoy doing it. What is it that you enjoy doing? Whatever it is. Okay, I understand you want to get in real estate and you want to kind of focus on that. I get that. Trust me. I can remember back in my early days, if you didn't want to talk about real estate, just don't get near me. That's all I want to talk about. But just the same, everyone's got to have something that they want to do every day, day in and day out. People don't realize that till after they retire. Oh my God, now what? Okay, they don't realize that working is what they wanted to do. Working is what kept them going. So if you're in a position to where you're not working, find something to replace it. Go buy a business. Go get some old cars. Whatever. This is your job. Make decisions. Get to the point where you don't have anything to do in your business except make decisions. I'm to that point. I've been to that point for quite a while. I don't come to global publishing much. I come to do this. The company is running without me. I don't know how many employees we have here. And right now I'm sitting in pretty much of an empty building because everybody's working from home since COVID. But just to say, they're still working, they're still getting the job done. But my job here is frankly just to watch over the herd, and I'm to the point where I don't even make the decisions anymore there. When I had restaurants, I didn't make the decisions. I had general managers doing that. So your whole goal is to get this business to the point where it's running without you and it's creating the income, and then you can just watch over it and then make decisions on how you can improve it, and then maybe get to the point where you can go do something else it is that you want to do in life while the real estate is creating the income for you and making you wealthy simultaneously. There's a lot of ways to make money in real estate. I teach them all. I've done them all. But before you can learn how to make money in real estate, we have to first change your thinking. I have to change your thinking about real estate, because if you're brand new and you're watching this today, all that stuff you're thinking about is wrong. All the things that you're going to think are going to go wrong do not go wrong. And if they do, they're not that hard to fix, especially when you operate without risk. So you've got a lot. Your thinking is going to change drastically about how you make money in real estate. But frankly, the biggest change I think we're going to have to make is what you think you're worthy of making in real estate. People come to me from all walks of life, all professions, from surgeons all the way down, and they spend their lives swapping hours for dollars. And now here they are, presented with an opportunity to make unlimited income, work a lot less, make a lot more. And sometimes that creates internal feelings that they're not used to, and some people just can't cross that bridge. So my goal is to change your thinking about what you can make, and trust me, I've done it thousands of times before you arrived, believe me. I've been at this a lot. I've been teaching for 33 years. I can't tell you how many millionaires and multimillionaires I made, because there's actually no way to know. Anybody that tells you they do know is lying, because there's just no way to know. People don't report to me. I don't get their income tax returns every year, okay? But I get testimonial letters. In fact, you ought to come to our buildings here in Jacksonville and walk around, and your letters are all over our walls, and we get them. We constantly get them. So the only way I know to change your thinking is to get some checks in your hands, and once we get some checks in your hands, watch how fast your thinking is going to change. And the more of those checks you get, the more of them you want. And in fact, I think of my friend Hector Padilla out there in California. Came to me several years ago, and I got a letter from him not too long ago that he's passed the $100 million in real estate mark since he came to my first event, and whatever year it was, I don't remember. Became a multi-millionaire. So, you know, I got a lot of folks that are constantly report. In fact, every time I go do a live event, I'll be doing one in Vegas next month. Every time people come up to me, they've been out of the system for 10, 15, 20 years, and here they come back. They always come back to Papa. So let me help you change your thinking, because my goal is to help you get checks, and that'll change your thinking. Two fastest ways to get checks are wholesaling and deposits and down payments from putting lease option tenant buyers in houses or selling them with owner financing. I prefer much to lease option them rather than selling them with owner financing. That's the two fastest ways to get a check. I'll discuss the differences right here. Wholesaling, always been, in fact, I can tell you right now, I've never seen in 40 years a better time to wholesale a house. The whole country is full of greater fools who will pay way more than they should to buy that house. Now, granted, people buy houses for different reasons. Some people buy them to hold on to them. Hedge funds are buying them to hold on to them. They'll pay more than flippers that will buy them to rehab them and retail them. So the flippers think they're overpaying, but looking at it from their point of view, they're not after that immediate profit up front. They're after the long-term gain and the single-digit return as they go. So I can understand why they pay more. But I don't know where they're all coming from, but they're coming. And it's a great time to wholesale a house. Now, I'm also going to tell you that you can see the market changing. I don't know if you Californians can see it yet, but it's coming. because I can tell you, I can see it. The market is changing already. The market is slowing down. And with the interest rates as high as they are now, and with the inflation as high as it is and constantly climbing, I mean, you don't have to be an economist to know that that's going to slow down people buying houses. So the only thing we got working for us in that effect is we have such a housing shortage right now that it might take a while for that to catch up. But believe me when I tell you, you can write this down. Ron says the market will change rapidly next year. It's already starting to change. It's already starting to slow down. What if you were to get prepared for that now, and now when that market changes, you're right there to take advantage of that golden opportunity. Guys, the best thing that can happen to a real estate investor is a recession. Because in a recession, sellers are a lot more motivated. And when we put people in houses on a lease purchase, we're putting people in there that can't go to the bank and get a loan anyway. So this just makes our business better and better and better. Recessions don't bother me a bit. They say we're in one right now, but this is not my definition of a recession. It's going to get a lot worse, believe me. So again, best way we can handle that is get the income up in our house. And here's what you should know. No matter what the market is, no matter what the interest rates are, no matter who's president, who's not president, doesn't matter, hot market, slow market, people always need to sell houses and other people always need to buy houses. And for those of you who haven't been around that long, you should have been around when I started in 1982 and the prime interest rate was 16.8%. Yes, 16.8 was the prime interest rate. You're talking about a tough market for realtors. They were dropping like flies. I did 23 deals, however, in my first 6 months in business, not having a clue what I was doing, really. So God bless recessions as far as real estate goes. Okay, I'm not actually rooting for a recession, but it doesn't bother me if one comes because remember, I try to take care of my house and I don't have to worry about what they do up there in Washington. But here's the problem with wholesaling. You're not going to find deals in the MLS because the demand is just too big. You have to pay way too much. There was a time I bought all of my deals out of the MLS, but that time has changed, and we have to adapt with the times. Small profits, no residual income, no future wealth. Competition is fierce, and you're going to pay maximum taxes because you're paying short-term capital gains. All the money you make in real estate, if you make it within a year after you bought the property, it's maximum taxes in whatever bracket you're in. And of course, it don't take you but a handful of wholesale deals and you're in a maximum tax bracket, which, by the way, they're about to raise on us again. So your goal is to not only learn how to make money, but to learn how to keep as much of it as possible. And one of the ways to keep more of it is don't sell the house. Because until you sell the house, you don't have any profit or any gain. When you're wholesaling and rehabbing, you have short-term gains. When you own it a year or more, it's long-term capital gains, which right now is at about a 15% tax rate, which is also going to change. It's still valid as long as you work in the FSBOs, for sale by owners. Chasing listed houses, honestly, is pretty much a waste of your time. Rehabbing and retailing has always been a big profit center. It always will be. In fact, day before yesterday, I walked through a house that I'm buying, and we went through it with the contractor, in case you think this old guy still doesn't do this. And by the way, yesterday evening, I sat in a feller's living room and negotiated a terms deal, in case you think this old guy still don't do this. But I'm going to tell you, rehabbing is a tough business right now for a lot of reasons. Number one, first you got to raise the capital. That's not hard. We get all of our money from private lenders, human beings, not loan sharks. Human beings with money sitting in an account or an IRA that they want to get a high rate of return on. I'll teach you how to do that if you want to come see me at my Quick Start School, because raising private money is not hard to do. It's a lot easier than raising money through any institutional or anybody that wants to control that process. We get money from human beings. We're in control. We make the rules. They don't make the rules. But dealing with contractors is a totally different story. And believe me, if you want to buy a house and you want to rehab that house and you've never done that before, you better have help, because you're absolutely going to take some serious lessons in the School of Hard Knocks dealing with contractors rehabbing houses. That's a learned skill. There's money in rehabbing. Don't get me wrong. I won't touch one with less than a $50,000 net profit on it. But we're talking about months, folks, not days, not a couple of weeks. like in the terms business. We're talking about months of all the costly entanglements that come along with rehabbing. A lot of people are doing rehabs. A lot of people are making a lot of money in rehabs, but it is the hardest way to make money in this business with the most costly entanglements, especially with the supply shortage we have right now. And contractors are going to be tough to get to the job. And it's just, not the best economic climate right now to rehab and retail a house. Now, on the upside, houses prices are going up. I promise you that's not going to keep going very long. So that does make up for some of those downsides, because your holding time right now to rehab a house is much greater than it was just even 1 year ago. And that means the costs are going to be higher. You're almost always going to have cost overruns. And okay, so you sell a house, you get a check, you pay maximum taxes, and pretty soon that's going to be 40% or more of that money is going right to the IRS. So rehabbing, I look at it as a bonus, not as a business. I'm okay with you rehabbing a house. I'm okay with you learning the ropes, learning what repairs cost. I'm going to teach you all of that if you'll let me, how to handle contractors, teach you that as well. But I would not go into a rehab deal without getting the training first. And don't spend your profits before you get them, because the more you need the money, the longer it's going to take. How do you think I learned that? So the most profitable way to increase your cash flow and grow wealth is the pretty house business. I call it the modern day money machine. You're about to see why. And it's the fastest way to get a large check. Okay, I'll grant you, wholesaling a house is faster than putting a tenant buyer in a house, but not much faster. Both of them only take a few days, not a few weeks, and not a few months. Problem with wholesaling again, one check, I'm done. You're about to see why putting a tenant buyer in it is a lot better. A down payment or deposit on a nice house can be, and quite often is, as much money as the net profit rehabbing a house and turning it around. And I can do several, like many times more of the pretty house deals in the same time frame I'm doing rehabbing a house, and not take all those risks and not have to come up with capital, deal with contractors and so forth. So let's look at a business where you don't ever need credit, and it's called the terms business, the big 5-letter word. So raise your hand right now and repeat after me. You ready? Are they ready, Nick?
You're right.
Okay, how you know? Huh? Are they raising their hand?
Okay, proud.
Okay, all right. No terms, no deal. Write it down. We're either going to get people that'll do one of these three things, or they're not. Now, I've got to tell you, most of them won't. The majority will not work with you on terms. So let's get that out of the way right now. Is that some kind of a big shock? I don't care what business you're in. I don't care what product or service you sell. The majority of people you come in contact with, you're never going to do business with. So big surprise. Same thing is true for real estate, all right? We're either going to lease it with an option to buy, and then we can sublease it, giving our buyer an option to buy, or we're going to buy it with owner financing, or we're going to just get the deed subject to, which means the seller just deeds us the house and walks away. All three of these are terms. I usually buy with the second one with owner financing. Rarely will I do a lease purchase because I want to own the property for reasons you're about to see, and subject to exactly good for the seller, and I'll come back to that here in just a few minutes, explain why. Here is why we're in the real estate business. In the terms business, number one, you get the monthly cash flow between the rent you collect and the payment you're making. Sometimes that monthly cash flow on one house is over $1,000, especially for you high-end, wherever you live. If you're working in a market that's on the higher end, it's very easy for you to make $1,000 a month or more just on one house. And you multiply that by a handful of houses, you can see why you'll quickly be out of work. But you get the debt pay down. Every month that goes by, you owe less and less and less. But when I put a tenant buyer in a house, they owe me the same amount of money for the whole term of their option. So their debt does not come down. They're paying rent. I'm paying a mortgage payment. And then appreciation. Boy, that's a big one right now, as you all know. Appreciation has made a lot of people wealthy just because they owned real estate. And it's still going on, but it is slowing down very fast. And then many of the times when you lease option a property out, the tenant buyer does not buy. I get non-refundable option deposits from 5 to 10% or more of their purchase price the day I give them the keys to the house. Those deposits are not refundable. If they buy, it gets credited toward their down payment. If they don't buy, they forfeit it, and they sign off of that in front of an attorney. A lot of them, most of them in my case, do not buy. So I wind up lease optioning the house many, many times. In fact, I've got some that I've had over 12, 13 years now. In fact, I got one that I can think of on my 6th lease option tenant buyer. 5 of them have forfeited on their deposit. Okay, over time, that adds up to a lot of money. And then when I buy a house, I always get some free equity in it the day I bought it. Plus, of course, appreciation creates more equity. Debt pay down creates more equity. So we get, and then again, if you hold it over a year, you get long-term capital gains. So even when you do sell it, when I get a chance to work with you personally, and hopefully you'll let me train you, I'll show you how you can sell houses and never pay taxes on them ever, and do it legally. But even if you did pay taxes, you're going to pay long-term capital gains. So there's an awful lot of advantages to not selling houses. Okay, when I put a lease option tenant buyer in the house, quite often we refer to that to selling the house. We did not sell the house. We just leased it. We still own it. So we get all these benefits for as long as we own the house. And you want to write this down if you're taking notes. The longer you own the house, the more money you will make. The longer you own it. Today is not about buy, flip, buy, flip, buy, flip, buy, flip. Today is about buy, don't flip, buy, don't flip, buy and keep. And by the way, we're going to be buying with non-recourse debt. That means non-personally guaranteed debt. That does not show on your credit, does not show on your financial statement, and there's no limit to how much of that you can get because there's nobody telling you when it's time to stop. If you go to the bank and borrow money to buy houses, how many times do you think you're going to do that before the bank is going to cut you off at the knees? If you want to build a business, you want to build one that somebody else doesn't control. How do you think I learned that? Okay, stay out of banks, and there's no limit to how many houses you can buy and how fast. Money now, money monthly, money later. We call them the golden geese because they just keep on laying the golden eggs. Unlike wholesaling and retailing where the poor goose has got to die. All right, now look, I understand that, you know, some of you watching are in a position to where you need a check like you need oxygen and you could care less about the goose and all those other things. You just want to get paid. All right, I get it. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. So I've always said, take care of today's cash flow needs first before you worry about building an empire. But a lot of people continue taking care of today's cash flow needs and never stop to think about building an empire. How many wholesalers do you know that have looked back, in fact, all of them, and asked themselves, wow, what if I'd have just kept about half of those houses? Where would I be today? And that's a nauseating question because the answer is not one that's going to make you feel real good about your past actions. 90% of the work is done for you. Our virtual assistants are be a big asset to you because they do a lot of the work that you don't want to do. And one of those things is calling leads for you and getting a property information sheet filled out. This is our property information sheet where we capture the information from the seller about the house. Well, it takes a few minutes to fill that out. Our VAs will do that for you. And then when you get this sheet, then you call the seller and you ask the seller, you use my script to get to the bottom line as to whether you're going to do terms with the seller or not do terms with the seller. So this PI sheet, as we call it, is the very first thing that you'll collect in the information process. Our VAs do all the calling, which, trust me, is a lot of work because we call them up to 3 times before we quit attempting to get a hold of them. And unfortunately, a lot of people just will not pick up their phone today. So it's a big job just chasing people and getting this sheet filled out. Now, when, of course, sellers call you, which I'm going to strongly advocate that you get a system working to where they call you, they're a lot better quality leads, and that means that either you're going to direct the call to, we have a 24-hour answering service to take the call for you, and then you get our VAs to fill these sheets out and then send them to you, or you can elect to take the calls yourself until you get to the point to where you don't want to take those calls anymore. Either way, it starts with getting this sheet filled out. So I'll give you a little bit of information on our VAs here, and I think I have it in this presentation. I'm quite sure they're very inexpensive, but they're very important, and they are the first step for you to get automated. They'll do a lot of things for you that you don't really want to do. Take minutia off your back, and then all you have to do is A, get some systems going to generate some leads, B, let the VAs call them, and C, you make some very fast outbound calls to the seller using my scripts to determine whether they're in or out. I'll come back to my scripts here in just a minute. There's two types of deals. They're either free and clear or they have a debt. There is nothing else. They're either free and clear or the seller owes some money on the house. Did you know about a third of the houses in the country are free and clear? So you're going to get both. This is a house that I currently own right down the street from my home. And it's a very good example of what I'm trying to get across to you today. I've owned this house for several years now, but it is a perfect example of what you're looking for in the pretty house business. When the seller got a hold of us from our advertising, the house had been listed already and it was at the end of its term, and the seller had to make a decision. They had it listed for $385 and they didn't get it sold. Okay, the seller owed $351 and he had a $1,925 payment on it, but he had to move in 2 weeks and he knew he couldn't afford 2 payments. So he had to make a decision, relist it and hope something happens, or answer my ad and find out what I'm up to. Okay, I responded to this seller and went to his house. He's right on my way home. Beautiful house, beautiful neighborhood, and the neighborhood was only 3 years old, behind a gated community. And I sat in his kitchen, and we cut the deal. We cut the deal that I would take over his debt of $351,000, and I'd start making his payments. And in fact, I got 2 months before my payment started, I'd pay him the $351 because that's what he asked for. It said right on his property information sheet that he'd sell for what he owes. Okay, that attracted to me because that means that I got a free house if I want it. All that means is I got to take over his debt and agree to start making his payments and pay his closing cost, which I did. 7 days after I met this couple, I owned this house. They moved out a little while thereafter, left it crystal clean, and I've owned it ever since, actually. So what did I do with it after I bought it? Well, the answer is very simple. I put a lease option tenant buyer in it, raised the price to $395. Now, if I were doing that today, I would have raised that price much higher, even if it was only worth $385. In this market, I always raise the price, try to get a 10% more than what the market says it's worth. And folks, when I'm putting lease option tenant buyers in the house, I almost always get it, okay? But I was getting more than it was worth way back when the market wasn't so hot. And that was, in fact, when I bought this house. I got a $50,000 non-refundable option deposit. So that means now they only owe me $345, not $395. And at closing, I just show a credit on their closing statement for the $50,000 I've already gotten. No, I do not have to bring the money to closing, like a realtor does, holding money for someone else. They were asked what's the most they could put down, and they told me $50,000. And they were asked what's the most they could pay per month, and they said $2,500. So I accepted their offer. Let me repeat what I just said. I did not name the down payment. I did not name the monthly payment. I did name the price. The buyers told me the most they could pay down, and they told me the most they could pay per month. I'm going to make you a suggestion right now. Don't ever tell anybody what you'll take until they tell you what they'll pay. When I'm buying, I never tell the seller what I'm going to pay till they tell me what they want. When I'm selling, I name the price, but I never name the down and I never name the monthly. So how come we get such big down payments and such big monthly payments? But I'll remind you, I'm selling to people who can't qualify at the bank. Come back to that in a minute. Now, I just made $50,000 on this house, except for the closing costs, which I had to pay. And yes, I can spend that $50 any way I want. Every dime of it is mine. I do not have to bring it to closing. So I get that question all the time. And can I keep the money? Absolutely, you can keep the money. The day you get it, it is your money. Plus, I get $575 a month for as long as they're in the house. That, my friends, is residual income. And then when they do cash me out, if they ever cash me out, I get the balance. So, well, Ron, but here's a question. How long does it take to get cashed out? Frankly, never, I hope. So why would I want to kill the golden goose? I don't want to kill the golden goose. All right. So just for the record, the tenant moved. After 2 years, they called me up and they said, we're going to move. I said, are you sure you want to do that? I said, let me just extend your option another year. I won't charge you anything. They just said, no, we're going to move. All right. So I said, okay, when are you going to be out? And they told me they were out. They left the house clean when they left. I bought it with a big, nice, fancy washer and dryer. They even left that. So now what? What do I have to do now? Well, I have to go re-rent it again, collect another 50 grand. It's the pits, man. It's the pits. Okay, guys. Just so you'll know, make a point. Only about 10% of the people that I put a lease option tenant buyer in a house actually ever close. Because I don't do anything to force them to close. I don't harass them. I don't make them go get their credit cleaned up. I don't put them with a lender and bug them until they get it. I don't want them to cash me out. You're going to find that attitude quite contrary to the norm. I don't want them to cash me out, so I don't do anything to encourage it. I gave them a 2-year term, and they had the decision whether they want to buy or not buy. They chose not to buy. Well, okay. Now, if they bought, I could live with that. I'm happy for them. That just means that they got a home of their own, and I helped them get into a house they wouldn't get in any other way. So that's great. I just go out and buy another one to replace it. But if they don't buy, I'm even happier, because now it's like me going out and buying another house that I don't have to buy. I can go out and take this same house and get another great big non-refundable deposit from it. And with the market we're in today, of course, we're going to raise that price. So here's something that I can tell you right now. Watch this. Make a note on this. When I bought this house, I bought this house in 2014, all right? So I've had it a while. When I bought it, the debt was $351,000. A few months ago, I checked it, what the amount was, and it's down to $280,000. That's $71,000 that I did nothing to make on this house except collect the rent and make the payment that whole time. I don't even do that. I have staff that does that. $71,000 just in debt pay down. And that's in what, 6-8 years, okay? In addition to that, when I bought the house, it was worth about close to $400,000. Today, it's worth $650,000. So use that as an example. And that's only a $400,000 house. Think it would have been like for you Californians out there if you had bought houses 4, 5, 6 years ago. What would they be worth now? Or any place else in the country for that matter. I mean, and right here where I live in Jacksonville, Florida, our houses increased 20% last year alone, for crying out loud. So, I don't know where you live, but wherever you live, houses went up. So that's called appreciation. See, that's one of the things we get when we don't sell houses. And if I do sell it, and I don't use one of my tax-free techniques that I'll teach you when you come see me, it's long-term capital gains. That means 15% is all I'll pay on. That's way less than my personal income tax bracket. In fact, that's less than half of my personal income tax bracket. And by the way, my goal is to get you in the highest income tax bracket there is in the country, because I can't possibly support this government all by myself. I need your help, especially the way they spend money now. These types of deals are about 2/3 of the market. Remember, about 1/3 of the houses are free and clear. So I like this kind of deal because it has a large debt with a small equity, beautiful home, beautiful neighborhood, not hard to get the sellers to go away for what they owe, or very close. So as the values went up, that gap gets larger. So in today's world, I'll probably buy the house on what we call a wraparound deed of trust or a wraparound mortgage, and I'll get into that later. So these houses are everywhere. Some of them are free and clear, some of them have a debt on it. The ones that have a debt on it are going to be a little easier to buy on terms because you are relieving the seller of that debt. You're not paying off that debt, so let's be clear. I'm not paying off the debt when I buy a house on terms. I'm buying it with owner financing, which means I'm making a payment on their debt, or I'm leasing it with an option to buy, which means I'm also making a payment on their debt, except I'm paying rent. I'm not technically paying a mortgage payment. Either way, the debt stays on the house, or it's not a terms deal. If I pay cash, of course, everything else gets paid off. But obviously, if I pay cash, I'm going to have to get a way bigger discount than I will if I pay terms. Well, why don't they just go get a bank loan? Very good question. The answer is because they can't. If they could go get a bank loan, they would. They go to a realtor and they buy a house and they go get a bank loan. That's the standard conventional wisdom way to buy real estate in this country. However, 70% of them can't qualify for a bank loan. I took this off the internet. This says that 32% of the people who applied got turned down. Okay, that tells me at least 70% of the people who want to buy a house cannot, because I promise you most people know they can't qualify before they even apply, so they don't apply. So I just made up the 70%, but I promise you it's very close to reality because that's a huge market. Think about that. We have that all to ourselves. The realtors can't sell them anything. The builders can't sell them anything. Where they can go to buy a house? Us. We'll put them in the house, lease it to them with an option to buy, give them plenty of time to fix whatever is broke. And guys, that's our whole business. We put them in there and give them plenty of time to clean up their credit, clean up their debt ratio, provide proof of income, spend more time on a business they just started, or whatever it's stopping them from buying, they can fix. And we're going to give them more than enough time to fix it. Problem is, most of them just don't do anything to fix it. It's okay with me. If they do, great. If they don't, great. So regardless of whether they buy or they don't buy, I win, you win. So we're dealing with a huge part of the market, which is also why what we do is never going to go out of style, regardless of what the economic climate is around us. People, no matter what the interest rates are or what the inflation is, sellers will always need to sell, buyers will always need to buy. It's been that way for my 40 years. And long time before I came along and a long time after I'm and you're gone, it'll be the same. Real estate business is a business. It's not going to go away. It's not a fad. It's not going to come and go. It's called housing, and housing supports our economy. So it's a very, very stable industry. And by the way, when times change, we change with them. Okay? Like I said, there was a time I'd buy all my junkers right out of the MLS, but that's not now. That might be again, but it's not now. By the way, for your information, foreclosures are now back in action. Moratoriums are gone, and they're up 182% over last year. So foreclosures are going to be huge this coming next year. They're already, actually. And I can teach you how to tap into that foreclosure market, and that's terms, okay? If there's a foreclosure going on, that means they have a debt. If they have a debt, that means we're going to buy it on terms. So it's a huge market, and that's where you get a lot of equity in the deals the day you buy them. And most of them are in pretty good shape, but even if they're not, you're going to buy accordingly, and you're going to adjust the price downward according to the condition. So there's a lot of equity in these houses that are going into foreclosure now just because of the appreciation that's happened in the last couple of years. So we buy on terms, we sell on terms. I want to make a note of this. If we buy on terms, we sell on terms. If we buy for cash, we sell for cash. If I buy on terms, I don't have to go get money. It comes with a deal. But if I get paid cash, then I'm probably going to be borrowing a private loan, and I'm going to want to get out of that quicker instead of putting somebody in there long term. Plus, I'm going to pay a higher interest rate than I'm going to inherit from the seller, or the seller's going to take back with seller financing. Buy on terms, sell on terms, which means lease option. In my case, and probably your case, if I buy for cash, I sell for cash. If I buy for cash, I usually rehab, cash it out, and in my case, I list them with a realtor and let the realtor sell them. And in this market, they're going to sell pretty darn quick. So how many of those $50,000 checks do you need to be out of work per month? Okay, and that was only on a $400,000 deal, guys. Think of what the down payment was. If I'm selling $1 million house, which to some of you Californians is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,400 square foot house, I'm not going to let anybody have the keys for less than $100,000 non-refundable deposit. Did you hear what I said? $100,000. That's only 10%. If that same person was to go to the bank and borrow the money and they had a credit score of 800, they'd have to put up 20% down. I don't need 20% because if I'm going to collect $100,000 from a tenant buyer, my whole goal is to get in with as little down payment or none as possible. So if I have to put up $10, $15, $20, $25,000 down to buy the house, I'm going to get back $100,000. That's $75,000 is going to go right in my Hip National Bank, my favorite bank account. Guys, This is a business like none I've ever seen. Okay. I'm telling you, a small amount of overhead, huge, great big back ends. And again, the higher price house, the bigger the non-refundable deposit I'm going to require before I'll hand anybody the keys. Don't take too many of these to put one out of work. Do you need a license? No, you don't need a license, but you do need a contract. You can't put buyer and seller together without a contract to buy the property or option the property in any state. Because if you do, you're operating as a realtor without a license. But we don't need a license as long as we have a contract to purchase. Now, there are a couple states that I know of that you cannot assign contracts. All right, I'm not teaching you to assign contracts today. That's what wholesalers do. But I do know in Illinois and Oklahoma, you cannot assign a contract as of just a few months ago when they passed that law, unless you have a real estate license. So make yourself said no. But Ron, I don't know what to say. I'm scared. Well, that's why I have a script. I have a script for everything. I have scripts for buying and I have scripts for selling. And I call this $1 million script. So picture this now. The VA has gotten all the information on the property information sheet, and they you get that immediately. So now you're making the closing call to the seller. All right, here's the closing call. Hey, John, this is Ron. I'm calling you about the house you discussed with my assistant yesterday. You got a minute? And they say, well, yeah. All right, well, and the script you're looking at on the screen assumes that someone is calling for you, which I'll get back to in a minute. But if you're calling yourself, you're going to say, well, listen, I got most of the facts here on this house. And you indicated that you would consider me making your payment until you're paid off. Is that correct? All right. If their answer is yes, because they told the VA that, because the VA is going to ask them if they have interest in the terms or not. If they say yes, then you're going to go right to the $1 million script. Now watch this closely, folks. Now watch this closely and ask yourself, who is making whom an offer? Oh, John, listen, if we can agree upon the rest of the terms, what's the least you could take for your house? And then notice it says, shut up. I mean, I have to put that in parentheses because some people have a really hard time with that one. Shut up and wait for an answer. And you'll get an answer. And no matter what the answer is that the best you can do, John? Watch how fast people will come down when you ask those simple 7 words. 7 words. Is that the best you can do? Words that should be part of your vocabulary when you're buying and selling anything for the rest of your life, inside or outside of real estate. Friends, if you'll start using those words, you'll be amazed at how much money you will save as long as you let them tell you what they want before you tell them what you'll give them. Ye who speak first have big tennis shoe in thy mouth. Shut up. Second question, we usually buy with nothing down, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, that question alone will get you a lot of nothing down deals, because many times you'll hear, okay, but you have to ask it correctly. We usually buy with nothing down, okay? It doesn't say, will you sell with nothing down? That's a totally different question. We usually buy with nothing down, okay? And if the answer is yes, you move on. If the answer is no, well, what is the least you could take down? That question will determine whether you want to move on or not. If somebody's selling you a $500,000 house and they want $100,000 down, there's no reason for you to go see that house. So you've got to tell the seller right then and there, I can't do that. We usually buy, here's what I say. I'll write these words down. Listen, I'm not going to pay 100 down. We usually buy with nothing down. How close to nothing can you get? And watch what happens. And if they give you a number you like, you'll probably go see the house. If they give you a number that's way out of boundary, there's no reason for you to go see the house. So you're pre-screening the seller by asking them these 3 million-dollar questions. Lastly, depending on whether they have a loan or not. If they have a loan on their house, you're going to ask them, well, I assume you're okay if I make your payments until we get you paid off? And that's what you say in those exact words. If the house is free and clear, obviously, they don't have payments, so you would say, what's the least you could take per month? Now, who made whom the offer? The seller made me the offer. I just shut up and ask questions and let them answer my questions. I'm going to say that again because you ought to write it down. Shut up, ask questions, wait for them to answer my questions. Watch what a big difference that makes in your negotiating skills, whether you're inside and outside of real estate. The key words are shut up and let them talk and you not getting diarrhea of the mouth. One of the biggest mistakes people make is they want to talk too much and they beg. The more you talk, the more you're begging. And in fact, I suggest you record some practice calls. I'll teach you how to do this when I see you, and play them back and write down the mistakes. I'm going to give you 14 mistakes that you make, and you can see which ones you make. And just for the record, you make them. I don't care who you are. Don't care how long you've been talking to people. I don't care how long you've been in sales. You are going to make mistakes. So get this, you suck. Everyone sucks until they figure out what they broke and they learn to fix it. I've never seen anybody come in and handle this closing call without first finding out what they're doing wrong and then practicing and getting it out of their life. I got 14 of those things. This closing call is one of the two most important ingredients of your success in the terms business. This ain't going to be hard for you to master. The other one is generating quality leads, which I'll come back to later. But Ron, I hate making phone calls. By the way, let me go back. If in fact the seller does not want terms, and most of them will say they don't, then I have another script called the no script, where I go through all of the reasons why they might want to change their mind, and then ask them again, would you consider let me making your monthly payment or making you a monthly payment? If they say yes, then we come back to this script, because these three questions have to be asked before you make an appointment to go see the house. In fact, I even have a script to make an appointment with. But Ron, I hate making these phone calls. Well, I understand that. So what do you do when you hate doing something and you know you don't want to do it? You get somebody else to do it. All right. Honestly, you must know somebody that can make a handful of phone calls in a week, read scripts after they practiced, and get the answers to the scripts, and then pass along the ones that are positive to you. How hard is that? I'll teach you to do that as well. That just means you need to get somebody that wants to be on the telephone, and how you pay them is totally up to you. What if you gave them $1,000 a deal that you did, and maybe a few bucks, I don't know, a few bucks per call or whatever. Here's how you find out what to pay them. Ask them what they want. There's a thought. Shut up and let them make you an offer. Okay? And then you enhance that offer, because they're going to ask you for a lot less than you're willing to give them. Think about it now. If you're generating leads, but nobody's calling them, how much money are you going to make? None. So this critical call has to be made. And then you just follow up after they've already been pre-screened, and you eliminate talking to all the people that you can't work with, and now you're only talking to the few that you can work with. Guys, your whole game is very simple. Generate leads, let VAs call them, you or whoever you appoint makes the closing call, and then you go visit 2 or 3 houses a month, and I promise you you're going to buy 1 or 2 houses a month, because they've already been pre-screened before you ever go to their house. They've invited you to come to their house. You're a welcome guest, not an unwanted pest. Like any other business, got to go through the oysters to get to the pearls. All right. And the higher price you pay, the more money you're going to make. Meaning, not overpaying for the house. I'm saying the higher price house you work in, the more money you're going to make, as I've already explained. The more dollars you wallow in, the more stick to you. And as I said earlier, I would much rather get a non-refundable deposit on $1 million house than I would a $300,000 house. And there's no more risk in the higher price house than there is in the lower price houses, because we're not guaranteeing the debt. And it's not going to show on our credit report. It's not going to show on our financial statement. It's non-recourse debt. When a seller owner finances a house, you're going to buy it in a land trust or in an LLC, and you're not signing anything personally. You're not guaranteeing any debt, because if you do, I'm going to kick you off of Planet Ron. There's a huge penalty if I catch you personally guaranteeing debt. I got a guy called Guido. I'm going to send him after you, and he's going to be carrying a big stick, and you're not going to like the end results. Stay away from personally guaranteed debt. Just please listen to the old guy. It is the number one biggest mistake you can make in real estate. And by the way, if you're watching TikTok and all these, this BRRRRRR thing is a crock. I do not like Burr, because Burr says you got to go refinance. Okay, you're going to be soon out of business if you go refinance every house you ever buy. And Burr says you also got to go rent. I don't rent. I rent to own. When I put a tenant buyer in a house, I get thousands of dollars from them, and they get the obligation to handle all repairs after the first 30 days. I don't have any landlord-tenant problems when I put people in the house that are giving me thousands of dollars. They got a dog in the hunt. They act like buyers. They don't act like tenants. So, you can keep your burr. I'm going to keep my tenant buyers. More dollars you waller in. All right. So you probably know enough by now to know that you need to know more. So I'm going to give you a chance right now to come see me personally. In fact, my next upcoming event, well, I got one starting next week virtually, but I got one in September in Vegas. So you Californians, here's your chance to come to Vegas and write it all off. However, don't plan on spending money at casinos because I'm going to keep you busy while you're there. It's called a Quick Start Real Estate School. I still teach it to this very day. And it's 4 days long. And again, I'm going to start one next week on Tuesday, I think, isn't it, John? Yeah. Okay. And then we'll do a live one, a virtual next week. And then we'll do a live one in September in Vegas. I'll give you the dates here in a minute. I'll teach you all about the wholesaling business in detail. You'll see about taking over the debt subject to, all about free and clear houses, how to construct owner financing, and how to do things you've never heard anybody else teach you. Listen, when I teach stuff that I've taken an awful long time to learn, and believe me, it is not conventional wisdom. You just don't know what you don't know. We're going to spend a lot of time on how to find the good deals in a hot market, and some of them will require little or no money, and some of them will require a larger investment. We'll go over way more methods that you're ever going to use, and on the very first night, we're going to make live seller calls to live sellers because I'm going to ask you to bring in leads. Now, we'll be with you in time to bring in leads, maybe not by next week, but certainly by Vegas. And when you bring in leads, which is property information sheets, hopefully that our VAs have called for you, we're going to, that night, we're going to select some from those leads and call them live. You'll hear the conversations right over the loudspeakers with the seller on the other end, and you'll see how it's done. You see, and I'll have several mentors there, and we'll rotate them so you can see that everybody's got their own technique, but they're all following the same script. The same script that I just showed you has to be asked before you get off the telephone. So that's an exercise that will save an awful lot of time off your learning curve. So you bring the leads. They'll be out in the hallway calling them all day for however long it takes to get them all called. And then some of them will call live that first night. And every day we'll have deal structuring classes where I'll go over the ones that have turned into orally constructed deals. And before you leave the room, we'll have a contract prepared with you that you literally can take into the field when you leave, because we'll be making you an appointment right there during class on the ones that we get positive answers on. Guys, I can make you a case where it makes good economical business sense to come to this thing and bring leads even if you sleep through the whole class. We're sitting here doing deals for you. This is the only time you're going to get a chance to do this. Now, we don't do this. We don't make these live calls during our virtual next week, but we will do them during our live in Las Vegas. And I'll have several mentors there. It ain't hard to get them to come to Las Vegas, okay? And they're all going to be working till all your leads. Generally, we have several hundred leads brought in by our students, and they're going to contact all of them. Now, I'm going to get to that in a minute, but I'm going to tell you right now, I want you to do between now and Vegas. If you come to Vegas, they'll actually get sellers calling you, because there's two big keys to this business. One of them is the closing call, but the second one is generating quality leads. There's quality leads and there's quantity leads. Quantity leads are people who advertise online. We'll furnish those to you. Quality leads are people you get to call you. You'll have to get them to do some of the things that I'll show you to get that to take place. Big difference between those two. People calling you are a lot easier to do business with than people you chase online. I've also got a whole session on asset protection, entity structuring, and tax reduction. I'm very good at these things. I've had a lot of practice in the school of hard knocks. And there's one thing making money, then there's another thing keeping it, okay? I can set you up so you don't ever have to worry about getting attacked and have predators take away everything you work your life to earn. I don't care what state you live in, there are ways to protect yourself from people coming after your assets and taking them if something happens in your future that you didn't count on. And by the way, I've never met anybody that had a catastrophe happen in their life that they actually expected, okay? So in case you think you're immune, think again. I want to put you in a position to where you can put your head on the pillow and know that your fortress is secure no matter what happens in your life. And I can help you do that in any state. We'll talk about what entities you need, where to get them, and why you need them, and also tax reduction all at the same time. This is a very important section in this event that people need, because you're not going to get it anywhere else, to be honest with you. You're just not. What I teach you, you're not going to get anywhere else. On day 3, my friend Jay Connor and I, we're going to go through a video bus trip that we took. We went through 2 ugly houses and then 2 rehabbed houses. Jay Connor lives in North Carolina. He's done over 450 rehabs since he met me 12 years ago. His average profit today is about $72,000 per house, and he only does about 30 of them a year. Why don't you multiply 30 times 72,000 and see if that is a good business? But remember this, Jay does about 30 rehabs, but he also buys terms deals as well, and then he's got some commercial things going on and many other things. He's also the industry leader in raising private money. So you're going to be taught how to raise private money from human beings, and you're also going to see Jay and I on this bus trip going through what you should repair, what it should cost, working with contractors, keeping yourself from getting fleeced, and bids. I got some serious lessons to teach you on getting bids. I'm going to show you some real bids that I recently got on various different things. You're going to be shocked at the differences between these 2 bids. And literally, some of them, the second bid, one bid is 100% higher than the first bid on the exact same items. So learning how to handle contractors is very important. And in fact, whether you intend to rehab or not, you're always going to be hiring contractors to do something for various houses. So you might as well learn how to control them. And who better to teach you than Jay Connor and I? And then we're going to be doing this together. And we're doing it by video now. It's a lot better. We used to get on a bus and go out and, get out in the hot weather and travel around and waste time on the highway and not knowing what we're getting there. Frankly, it's a whole lot better to do it on video. We'll take questions between every single house, and you'll see the befores and you'll see the afters. It's really an incredible learning experience. You're going to learn how to estimate the value of the house. You're also going to learn how to exit from it, because there's a lot more exits than just rehabbing and retailing. What to pay, how to make the offer, and I've got a checklist for you if you're going to do a rehab. It's right in the manual. By the way, the manual that comes with this event only comes with this event. You don't get it anywhere else. And it's going to be very important to you leaving there, because I got things in there that you're going to refer back to for a long time after you leave this event. You're going to learn how to raise the private money. Obviously, if you want to pay cash for houses, you got to learn how to raise the private money. And believe me when I tell you, and I know you don't believe me, but raising private money is one of the easiest parts of the business. The hardest part about raising private money is getting started. There's money all around you, folks. There's people with money in bank accounts and IRAs all around you, and they don't know what to do with it. And you can give them a chance to put a first mortgage or deed of trust on a house at a low loan-to-value ratio, at a decent interest rate, 7-8%. And believe me, it ain't going to be hard to convince them why that's the best use of their capital. And it is. It's really one of the safest places to put money to get an almost guaranteed rate of return. You're going to learn how to sell houses. Selling houses today is not hard, but there is a system involved in it to keep you from doing things like showing houses. We don't show houses, okay? We don't take endless calls from buyers who all ask the same questions. They're not going to destroy our life. We got a system for all of that. It's all done for you. The only time you're going to be talking to a buyer is when you know how much they have to put down and how much they can pay per month. You're not going to be talking to any buyers that don't have money down that is worth you getting on the phone with them. So in other words, we have a system that pre-screens out all the dead wood so you can only deal with the people that you should be talking to. And I'll show you why we get 10% more than the market says we should get, because we're selling on terms. And you want to build let's say you want a wholesale houses, okay? I'll show you how to build a big list of people who want to buy houses from you, so when you get one under contract, you don't have to run ads and all that. You just go to your list. And that same thing is true, by the way, for terms deals. When you're selling terms houses, you're simultaneously building a list of people who want to buy terms houses. And we already got the system set up for you, and our VAs will plug in the information once you collect it. Now you've got a magnificent, very extremely valuable buyer's list. You know where they want to buy, how much they got to put down, how much they can pay per month, any specific requirements, number of bedrooms, and so forth. All done for you. So think about that business. Now I'm in a business where I never had to find a buyer. I just got to go find something to put into the list of buyers that I already have. That's a very, very valuable list. All done simultaneously. There's no charge for you to bring your parent, child, spouse, or significant other, or somebody in your business. I would caution you to be honest about what somebody in your business means, because I do not want you bringing somebody into the event that you're not working with or that's not in your family. And we're pretty strict on that rule. And I got to tell you, I wish everybody abided by that rule, but there's a few customers we don't have anymore that we caught cheating the system. $500 for the second guest. Maybe you got now your spouse is free, but let's say you want to bring your son, okay? Then it's only $500 for that second guest. It's all tax deductible. Remember, your tuition is tax deductible. And if you're going to come see me in Vegas, your trip, your gas, your plane, your hotel, your food, all tax deductible. And don't sell that short, because that's a lot of money that you save. I mean, just think about it. Let's say you're in a 25% tax bracket. That means every $1,000 that you spend, that's $250 that the government is going to say, no, don't send me that $250 because there's a deduction on your tax return. So that's literally, I mean, that's saving $250 on your taxes. I mean, whatever bracket you're in. So let Uncle Sam help pay for your training. Now we're going to be in Vegas on September the 13th through the 16th live. Live means a hotel room with humans in it. Yeah. And we're going to be here in Jacksonville, Florida in November. Come to Jacksonville, and maybe you'll get a chance to come to our office building while you're here. We'll take you for a tour around. And by the way, we buy dinner at the live events. And I also point out to you, the live events is the only place we'll make live seller calls. And if I'm not mistaken, do we still process leads at the virtuals or not? I don't even remember. No? Okay, so we don't, the live events are the only place we'll process your leads live. The only place we'll call sellers live. We won't be doing that next week on the virtual. Now, the virtual is good because you can sit in front of your computer and watch it. It's bad because I don't believe you're going to sit in front of your computer for 4 days and give me your full attention. I just don't believe it. I don't care what you tell me. All right. When you're in a room with me, you got no choice. You're going to be sitting in there. I have your full attention. There ain't all kinds of things going on around you. You ain't got kids interrupting you and phone calls and emails and all of that crap. It's going to take your attention away from the subject matter. Folks, I mean it when I tell you, this is a life-changing event. All right? If you're going to come prepared to give me 4 days of your life, and I very well may give you a life in exchange for that 4 days. Okay? I'm going to do the virtuals, but it's not like live. Trust me, the live events are worth 10 times more than the virtual. You get 10 times more out of them, and if you don't believe it, ask anybody that's been to both, because you'll see a lot of people there that have been to both. But if you want to attend the virtual next week and then come to the live in September, I suggest you do that, because now you know what you're in for, and you'll also learn how to generate leads, quality leads, before you come. Because if you come in September and you bring us some leads where sellers have called you, there's a real good chance we're going to get you a deal or two out of your pile. Of course, I can't guarantee you, but I can tell you I've been doing this for a long time. And if you bring leads where sellers have called you, I know that the chances of getting a deal are much higher than when we're chasing the ones. Our Gold Club here it will generate leads for you with people advertising online. But that's quantity leads. Got to call a lot of those to get a deal in this hot market. People calling you, not true. You get maybe 1 out of 7, 1 out of 10, or somewhere, depending on the source of those leads. So watching this virtual will not only tell you what's going on and show you what the business is like, but it'll also prepare you to bring those leads to class. You're going to get a monthly conference call. It's, what is it? Second Monday or first Monday? I can't remember. Last Monday. All right. Only graduates only. Only graduates, because frankly, you won't even be able to speak the same language till after you've been through this event. We'll go through your deals and through your successes as well. All right, what's it going to cost me? Well, when I started doing boot camps in 1991 and all the way up through 2008, the cost was $59.95 for a couple. But Ron, that's a lot of money. Yes, it is a lot of money. I mean, if you had to pay $59.95, that is a lot of money. On the other hand, what's the minimum deal that I told you I want you to do? $20,000. So is it really a lot of money? Frankly, that's less than half of your first deal. Because look, if you go wholesale a crappy little house in a war zone, you should make a minimum of $10,000, and frankly, in this market, you should make more than that. So it's a lot of money compared to what? Did you go to college? Are you still paying for that college? How long did it take you to pay for it? Could you bring your spouse? Come back free? If you can come back free to my event for a whole year, virtual and live, as many times as you want. In fact, what did you learn when you were in college that actually prepared you to make a lot of money in your life? Probably nothing. Well, my college is 4 days long, and it's all about making money. And that's the only thing we're going to talk about is making money. But I know you want to see that price lower, right? Raise your hand if you want to see that price lower. They raising their hand, Nick? I don't see them raising their hand. Okay, so if you want to see that price lower, punch in there right now. Lower, lower, lower. I want to see it. Lower, lower, lower. Nick, you tell me if they're punching it in, because if they don't want to see it lower, no sense of lowering it, right? Huh? All right. All right. You want to see the price lower? There it is. Oh, ha, 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 ha. Okay, no more games. You're not going to pay $59.95, so relax. First thing I'm going to do is send you a link to my 3 systems. I got a pretty house course, a wholesaling course, and a rehabbing and retailing course. They're not on CD anymore, but I'm going to send you a link, and that'll prepare you. But believe me when I tell you, that's not, you can't take these courses and assume you got the boot camp. What we do in the boot camp is start implementing what we train in these courses. I train you a lot of things in the boot camp. They're just not in these courses. Now, these courses sell for $1,997 by themselves, and we sold a ton of them at that price. But I'm going to give them to you. In fact, the minute you register today, when are they going to get the link to these? Today? All right. Now listen, I want you to start listening to the terms course, the pretty house, the terms course. All right? Get through that. And it took 2 days to tape, didn't it? But time you take out lunch and breaks and all of that, you may be looking at, I don't know, eight or 9 hours of content would be my best guess. So it'll take you a little while to get through it. And that'll prepare you with the basics. And it'll also put you in a position where you can get out there and start doing some deals and generating some leads to prepare for when I see you live in Vegas. And if you do a pretty house deal within 90 days of today, I'm going to send you a check for $3,000. I'm sorry, if you got to do a deal that's worth $3,000, I'm going to send you a check for $1,000 just because you did. All you got to do is go do a terms deal of any kind, prove it, and we'll send you a check. And if you don't think we send checks, we send them all the time. Why? Because we can. Why? Because it's a shameless bribe to try to get you out there and try to get you going. Happy to send you the check. Believe me, you ain't going to bother me a bit. We have to send you a $1,000 check because you did your first deal. There's no deal more important than that next deal. None. My first deal changed my life. Your first or next deal could easily change your life. Many of you watching right now have spent quite a few years in the ugly house business. Okay? You already know it's time for you to get into the terms business as well. I'm not telling you to get out of the ugly house business. I just told you I'm rehabbing one right now. Just visited. I'm telling you to get into the terms business. And now start making the rehabs a bonus, not a business. Still want you to rehab. I think it's cool when you make something ugly into something pretty, as long as there's enough profit in it. And it's cool about how you learn the ropes about contracting and repairs. And it's cool about how you learn the ropes about contracting and repairs and so forth. But the real money is in the terms business. What if we do all of these things, and then you become a transaction engineer? That's what I want to teach you. I want to teach you how to make money no matter what you run across, instead of walking over the dollars to get to the dimes, spend your whole life chasing junkers with all your other competition out there, and building wealth over here in the terms business while you're building these nice big checks over here in the ugly house business as well. Why don't you do them both? Do you know you can't find ugly houses without finding pretty ones? You can't find pretty ones without finding ugly ones. Take advantage of what comes at you. We'll give you a 180-day helpline. That means 5 days a week, 7 hours a day. You got someone to call to get help so that you're not like this cat. It says, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. Because, you know, it's lonely out there by yourself when you're trying to do a deal and you got no one to talk to. Well, you do now, starting when you attend the event. Now, this hotline starts after you attend the event, okay? Which can be next week, or it can be in Vegas. If you come to the virtual next week, we'll start next week. So we get letters like this from you. This gal says she wouldn't have made this $125,000 without this person to talk to on our helpline. Come back as often as you want for a year, for free, as many times as you like, and even after that, it's only $500 to return. That goes to virtual and to live, both. You choose or do both. Guarantee is very simple. You got 30 days to totally reverse your decision, 30 days prior to you attend the first event, and if you want out, you're out. So if you register here today, and I want you to do it today, and then you let your spouse know that you've done this, and you're told you either take that back or I'll divorce you. Well, you got a decision to make, I guess, but you know, I'm not here to create more stress in your life. I'm here to create more revenue in your life, to eliminate more stress in your life, okay? But you're not doing anything here today you can't get out of, and you don't need a reason, and there's no restocking fee or any of that other crap. In addition to that, you come to my live event now, which means you come into Vegas or Jacksonville if you have to wait till November. I would not wait till November to come to this live event. There's no telling how many deals you're going to lose between now and November. Get to Vegas. Okay, so you have to move something around. By the way, it's never going to be convenient. You might as well just get it done, and quickly, so you can get well prepared before this year is over. Get some deals under your belt. I don't know what's going to happen next year, but I'm not excited about what I think is going to happen next year. Well, in a way I am. Like I told you, worse the market gets, the easier it is to do deals, but you know, there's still life beyond real estate, so I don't want to pay these higher prices any more than you do. And boy, I've never been in a time where they've gone up as fast as they've gone up in the last year or so. But you know what I do know? The more income you create in your life, the less you care about what things cost. I'm going to let you sit through the first 2 days of this event. After spending 2 days with me, if you decide this is not for you, just go back to the back of the table and say, I want out, and you'll get a 100% refund. Is that fair? I don't know how much easier to make it for you. There's no risk here. If you register today, right now, within the next hour, I'm going to give you a $1,200 discount, $1,200 off. If you register after the next hour, 60 minutes, which right now it is what, 28 till 2, our time? 22, right, I'm sorry, 22 to 2. So you've got 22 minutes till 3 our time, and after that, you'll get a $1,000 discount. So it's going to cost you $200 to procrastinate. Now you might be thinking, well, he's going to give me that discount even if it takes me longer than an hour. Test me. Test me. I dare you, test me. Okay. If you are a veteran or a first responder, please take another $500 off with our thanks for your service. If you are a Gold Club member, you can use Gold Club points. If you don't know what Gold Club is, I'll tell you after we take a break. But those gold points up there in the left-hand corner of your home screen are worth $1 a piece. So that means you can take $1 for every point you got. You can take $1 off of the remaining balance to get into this event, up to 50% of the remaining balance. If you've already got our terms course, because some of you might have bought my terms course on our webinar. If you did, you paid $897 for the terms course, and I'm going to give you $1,000 back in credit. Of course, I'm not going to send you the terms course again, but I'll give you $1,000 back. And if you bought the terms course, you've already got the wholesale and a retail course with it. So literally, you can take $1,000 off of your purchase price to get into my Quick Start School. And if you pay in full, you can take another $500 off. If you cannot pay in full, then we have a financing system called the Vive card. You can apply for the Vive card when you just call in. And when you call in, you want to put that number up there for them, Nick? Call in and tell them and get your questions answered and get your dates reserved and then figure out how you want to pay. And they'll put a screen in front of you and you just fill in a few blanks and it'll pop up and tell you right then whether you're approved for a credit line up to $15,000. If you're approved, you will need nothing down to buy this event. Just take whatever your balance is and then fill out the form, and you got 6 months with no interest. 6 months with no interest, and you will need nothing down. So in other words, they'll finance your entire event. If you can't get approved for a Vive, then we'll finance you internally. We don't check your credit. There's no interest. We'll give you 12 months to pay the balance. Just put up a down payment. Discuss your down payment when you call in. We try everything we can do to work it out, to get you in this event, and to make it as feasible for you as we possibly can. Guys, I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to be in this event for 2 hours before you realize that the cost of it is totally irrelevant, all right? Totally irrelevant. I mean, compare this lifetime education to this minimal cost, and frankly, this price should be a lot higher than it currently is. So if you start taking out these discounts, we start with the $59.95. We already took $1,200 off the next 60 minutes. Take $1,000 off. You got the terms. $500 if you're a veteran or a first responder. Pay in full for $500. Now take Gold Club points off of that. Shoot, pretty soon I'll be writing you a check. So you're going to get into this event somewhere between $2,800 and there's nobody watching that's going to pay $4,800 to get in this event because you've already got $1,200 discount right now. Just call in and let them know what you got and be honest about it and work it out. And again, if you need financing, and here's what's going to happen if you call in and pay in full. I'm going to give you 20 hours of virtual assistant service. That means that you've got somebody to do all the grunt work for you just because this is new, okay? This is brand new. 20 hours worth of virtual assistant service is worth about $400 for you. So that's $400 gift I want to give you right now if you just call and pay in full. Pay in full means you can use the Vive card, you can use your credit card, you can however you want to pay. And I'm also going to give you this certificate because you've been watching here today. For the next 90 days, you and I are going to get married. Consider this a marriage certificate. For the first 10 of you to register, and they will be counted. This says that you can send your property information sheets to me after you make the call to the seller, listen to the terms course, generate some leads, send them to me, and I will respond to you personally. Yes, I do it personally. So what do you think the chances are of you and I getting a deal working when I'm working with you personally? The answer is they're going to be pretty darn good if you generate some leads and follow up. And if I see that you're right on the edge of getting a deal, I'm going to pick up the phone and call you. So don't get shocked if I call you, okay? This 90 days starts now. So you got 90 days to work with me personally, and then you got 180 days after the event is over. I'm trying to give you all of the support I can to get you out there and get you into the system and doing deals as fast as possible. And what better time to start than right now? So here's the plan. Register, get the link to the terms course if you don't already have it, listen to the terms course, start taking a couple of things out of there to generate leads, and also get leads from our Gold Club, which I'll tell you about after the break, and get the VAs to call them. I just gave you $400 worth of VA service for free. And then make your quick closing call using my scripts, which are right in your course, and then get the ones to me that look like they are going to make sense. All the information is right on the certificate when you get it. You're only going to get it if you're watching me personally. I don't give this away any other time than when I'm sitting in front of you. So you're going to get all, you might want to take a screenshot of that. Get all these goodies. Take a screenshot of that. A heck of a bargain. Trying to save money and not getting professionally trained is literally like trying to get to college without and skip high school. Guys, if you think that's a lot of money, why don't you go look at opening any kind of a business out there and see how that compares to open one of those businesses that people think is the way to get rich in America. Take all that risk, spend all that money, invest all that time, spend your life working on a business that's nothing more than a job. Honestly, this is a very inexpensive price to pay. And it could be the most important event in your life. And in fact, if you want to learn how to buy and sell houses, I would suggest that it will be the most important event in your life. But Ron, I spent a lot of money on other teachers and I learned a lot of stuff and I'm not rich yet. Yeah, well, me too. You should have been around when I started. There wasn't any system like this. There wasn't any technology. Al Gore hadn't even invented the internet yet. Think of what it was like then. We had to do everything manually. Today, it's all done for you. We didn't have virtual assistants. So I made the same mistakes, and I kept on making them for a lot of years. And then I figured out what the problem was. I didn't like the problem, I can tell you, when I finally figured it out, because it was me. So listen to me. The best teachers in the world are not going to help you make any money without the implementation. And that's where global publishing is so good. We stand out from the crowd with our implementation. Everything you need to implement this business is right there, very inexpensive. You plug and play. I'll go over some of it after we come back from the break. You don't have to take inbound calls. You don't have to make outbound calls to the seller. All the grunt work that you think you got to do is eliminated from your life with the use of a virtual assistant. So all you got to do is what? 2 words. What was it? Make decisions. So my goal is to help you get systemized so that you use very little time to do this business, to free up time to do whatever you want to do so you can focus on the revenue, focus on growing your business, and not have to have minutia suck up all of your time and your days. I want to give you your life back, not take more time away from you. And there's nobody better qualified than the old guy. I'm going to get letters. Look at these. I picked just a few letters from California here just for this presentation. Just in case you think this don't work in California, you Californians. I know we hear it all the time. It don't work here. Oh, I guess if it doesn't work there, then perhaps you might want to take a look around you and see how many people are making it work there. Huh? There's real estate investors all around you, just like there are here. Everything works in California just like it works here, except you pay more taxes. That's all. All right. Here's one for $37,000 from California. Here's another one, $11,000, $4,700 a month on one house in California. And then here's my friend Hector Padilla. He sent me this letter. Since I've talked to him since, he's over $100 million. Now he started in residential and then he switched to commercial. Okay, I teach commercial. Maybe you want to start in residential. I'm going to suggest that you stay in residential and also add commercial onto it when you get your residential business up and running. I'm perfectly fine with that. And now you got income coming in from multiple sources. And in commercial is where you're going to get the great big monstrous life-changing checks like Hector does. Look at this thing. I mean, he's buying all the nice cars. He's bought houses in several different places. He got several different homes in several different cities. And I can remember when he started. I got to tell you, he was a different guy then than he is now. Hope we, maybe he'll even be in Vegas. Maybe we can convince him to come, because if he does, I want him to take part in the teaching process as well. But he's just one of many examples from California all over the rest of the country. For those of you who aren't in California, yep, it even works in Texas and Maryland and Florida and Michigan and Ohio and all those other states as well. Got students from all of them. So after the break, how do you know what to offer? How many sellers will take terms? How do I find the sellers? How do I find the buyers? And we'll talk about a job replacement plan and continue our conversation about this automation stuff. So right now, I have about 12 minutes to 2. We're going to come back at 2 o'clock. And in the meantime, come to Papa. Call the number right now and get your questions answered. Get registered for this event. Remember, I'm saving you money if you do it now. Don't wait. In an hour, it's going to cost you $200 more. You got 30 days to bail out if you want. You can come and sit for the first 2 days and still bail out. And I want to see you in Vegas, okay? We're going to have a ball. By the way, we even do a dinner now. We just started that back. We do a dinner. By networking galore at these things. I mean, I want you to come and start a big list of people to network with throughout the country, because we'll have them from all over the country coming to Vegas, believe me. And wouldn't it be cool if you had people that can work with you in any other state? Because guys, today, I have students buying houses in multiple different states that they don't live in. And with this COVID thing taught us all we can all work virtual. I was working virtually even before that, because frankly, the only thing that I did that wasn't virtual prior to that was go out and visit the house. Well, you don't even have to do that in today's world, okay? So you'll learn how to buy houses where you live, learn how to buy them wherever you want to live. By the way, we're also going to have short-term rentals covered in this thing as well, which has become the business opportunity of America. We've got short-term rental experts who are also mentors that are working with our students there. They're going to show you the steps to set up short-term rentals. And here's the cool part. They're going to show you how to do short-term rentals without even buying the house. You just lease the house and use them for short-term rentals. Cash flow through the roof. 2 to 4 times more cash flow out of a short-term rental than you're going to get even putting a tenant buyer in there. So I got the bases covered. Where to get the money if you want to pay cash, some exit strategies available. And you're also going to learn how to get an acquisitionist. Now, an acquisitionist is someone that literally you put on your team to replace you. They do everything you do. They follow up on the leads. They make the closing calls. They go to the house to get the contracts, and then they find the buyers and clear them all through you. So there's really truly nothing left for you to do but make decisions. And I kind of tell you, the people that are doing multiple deals a month all have an acquisitionist. So let's first start with training you to how to do the basic systems, get you started doing the basic systems, but quickly work on getting yourself an acquisitionist. And we cover all of that in this event. Pretty houses, ugly houses, raising capital, what to fix, hiring and firing contractors, how to keep yourself protected against predators, how to sell houses, and how to use an acquisitionist to replace you, to put you on autopilot. So go take a break now. Come back at 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, which is 11 o'clock Pacific Time. And for all of those in the middle, you figure it out. But it's 9 minutes from now. See you then.
Ron's event to me is heads and toes above any other event. He always has good content. He has good speakers that he brings in. He doesn't let just anybody come in and speak. He always has good speakers.
It's great energy. There's a lot of people motivated and a lot of people that are getting motivated. You can just tell by everyone that walks up there and speaks that they're here to help with whatever they can. So it's really exciting.
So the content is a little overwhelming at first when some of the mentors have said to us, be prepared, it's like drinking from a fire hose. They are absolutely right.
It's just chock full of so much great information, first of all. And then just to hear testimonials from others who've been doing it as well.
It's awesome. The amount of information, it borders on information overload, but it is so good. Every time you hear it, you just understand it a little better.
So the live on-stage phone calls where all the mentors got up on stage. Each mentor got about 3 chances, or whoever they can get on the phone. And it was raw, uncut, live calls. Like, anything can go.
You actually get to see fellow students work on properties that have the potential for you to purchase and make an incredible profit on.
Ron's an awesome guy. He's got the goods. It's not a flash in the pan kind of event. It's just rock solid meat and potatoes, good stuff all the way through.
He is so matter of fact. His teaching style is very to the point. There's no BS, but you learn really quickly that way.
He's the real deal. He's to the point, and he's been doing it for so long that it's like second nature to him. And if you just listen to what he does and what he says, then you'll do fine.
He seems sincere, he's honest, he's easy to understand. He has a sense of humor. So I enjoy his teaching.
Man, he changed my life, man, just off of the content that I've gotten, just listening to him. And I don't know too many people that can hold you in one place for 12 hours and you still be excited just listening to him.
He tells you exactly what to do, how it is, It's no baloney, you know? I like that.
Everybody is just super nice, super helpful. They want to make sure that you're getting what you're needing.
Anytime we have a question, they're there to answer it.
Everybody's so helpful, and all they want to do is see you succeed, which is very good, and it's obvious too.
This event gives you limitless potential. You owe it to yourself to come and learn what this process is, because it will open your eyes and change your life.
Just do it. I mean, save up the money, and if you're on the fence and this is something that you're interested in and you can see yourself doing, then you're absolutely right. You can absolutely do this business. It'll change your life. I believe it's changed mine.
If you're considering real estate at all, this event, you can get people that will walk beside you and help you become a success in this. 100%. You will do deals with these people.
You're going to make it back in one deal if you're passionate about it and this is what you want to do. To me, it's like a no-brainer, you know?
Just do it. Just do it.
I tell you what I learned along the way is the cost of education is cheap compared to the price of ignorance. You know, my biggest focus today is not so much teaching real estate. We teach real estate. I can teach anybody how to buy and sell houses in a very short period of time. But the hardest thing we have to work on today is to teach people how to run a business and get out of the minutia, get out of the daily grind. I'll tell my folks, this is a very part-time business that produces a massive full-time income. And if you're working at it more than part-time, you're just wasting all the time you're putting into it. Welcome back. All right. First of all, I've got I think a student and a mentor here I want to bring on. But before I do, you guys have got a lot of questions in the queue. I know that. I'm going to wait until I'm through with my presentation, and then I'm going to take care of all of them to give you the opportunity, whether you want to hang around for the questions or not. But I can tell you we're going to go into at least 3:30 our time, which will be 12:30 your time at least by the time I get through here and take all your questions based on the number of them that we've got here. So with that said, do we have Corey ready?
Real quick, our people on TikTok, they can't see the phone number that's on the screen because we don't have the ability to show that. So if you could just verbalize that to them.
800-567-6128. 800-567-6128. I would remind you, you've got about 40 minutes or so to save yourself 200. I'll tell you that seating is very, very reserved in Vegas because when I started this, we had about 8 seats left, and then we'd be full for Vegas, and then you had no choice but to wait till November to come see me live. Vegas is actually perfect timing, especially if you're going to tune in next week, and then you'll know what you're in for when you come to Vegas. Not to mention, it is Vegas, okay? What better place? Just remember, you can't write off your gambling. Actually, that's not true. You can write off your gambling losses. Who should know that better than me? Beverly is an expert at video poker, and I write off her losses only up to her winnings. So actually, I don't have winning. So anyway, I don't know how I got on that subject. Do we have Corey and John on here? Oh, okay. Hey guys.
Hey Ron.
How you doing, John? I see you recovered from our Alaska trip.
Yeah, I am, man. That was a great trip. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, you probably heard that I got back about midnight Sunday, and my fish arrived at 2:30 on Monday.
Oh, I didn't get that. Oh no, we got midnight also, but our fish was as expected in with baggage, so we lucked out there.
Well, you remember our short layover in Dallas? My fish didn't make it. So when I got them, they were all thawed out. So I'm refreezing them. So if you hear that I got food poisoning, you'll know where it came from. All right. So all you folks watching that think you want some fish from me, I wouldn't take them if I were you. Hey, Corey, how the heck are you, man? You there, Corey? Apparently he can't hear me.
Corey? Here he goes. He's fixing it.
Okay. All right. John, this is John Gerstenlauer that hails from New England. He's one of our 12 mentors. He works with his partner, Scott Poirier, both of which were in Alaska. A nice shirt you got on, man. You're dressed kind of cool today. That's not becoming of an engineer there, John.
I know. I'm learning from you, Jay Connor, and Andrew Schlag how to dress. So I'm working on it.
All right. Corey, can you hear me yet?
No,
apparently he cannot hear me.
He says he can hear us, but we can't hear him.
There
we go. There we go.
Okay. Hey, man. How are you? Where are you at? You're driving here to Jacksonville, aren't you?
Yes, sir. I'm about 3 hours away.
All right. And you're from Pensacola?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you've been working with John. He's your mentor. Tell me, you got some deals going on here, don't you?
Yes, sir. John is what I would call patient. He puts up with me.
We call him a thinker brain because that's what engineers are.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. Proud of it.
Yeah. So, Corey, how long ago did you attend the boot camp?
My very first one, let's see. I started my first one. I think it was December of 2017, but I didn't. I basically got scared and I re-engaged this past February of 2022. I told myself that 2022 was going to be my year, so I re-engaged, and the rest is history.
All right. Are you still in the service?
Yes, sir. I'm active duty. I'm currently on leave, actually, so I can come down.
That's why you're in Pensacola.
Yes, sir. I'm stationed at Herbert Field. We work on gunships there.
Oh, cool. All right. So you say 2022 is your year. Is this your year?
Well, when I was saying that, I meant 2022 would be my year that I would grab the guts and stop being so afraid of everything and close a deal. I didn't know I was going to get more than a deal. That's just how it worked out, I guess.
So how's it working for you?
It works. It works.
How many deals have you done this year?
Completed, walked away with a check so far, 2. But I still have a couple more that are in the pipeline. They're like wheels of iron. They just take a while to get everything completed. Actually, I take that back. We just closed on our third one yesterday. I've done 2 wholesales, and then our third one is a pretty house deal. We closed on it yesterday, so technically 3 now.
You see, Ron, diversified. He's called diversified.
Yeah. You got, if I remember, you got 25 grand out of one of your wholesale deals, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That kind of makes the price of that boot camp look pretty cheap, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
So, Corey, what do you think you're going to bring in for this year is over? Your best guess? In my mind, I need to double my salary. Because that tells me that I don't need a W-2 anymore. So for me, that's 120. But I honestly didn't realize that. The truth is, the majority of it's fear. It really is. I didn't realize how attainable that really is until very recently, honestly. Yeah, it's kind of pathetic number, isn't it? Based on what you know now, huh?
Yes, sir. I actually kind of went on this thing, and I was like, "Yo, look, I made my first wholesale. $25,000." And I realized that's kind of small still.
You know, when I started this presentation today, I told everybody that my biggest problem is changing everybody's thinking, and you're a good example of that. You came in and didn't think you were worthy of making more money, but you're getting over that pretty quick, aren't you, Corey?
I don't listen to morons. I listen to more Ron.
Cute. Okay.
I love it.
So, John, has he been a pain in the neck to work with, or has he been doing?
Absolutely. So Scott and I ganged up on him, Ron, because Scott and I are business partners as well as mentors, and so I'm actually Corey's weekly call mentor. Scott has been the guy who has been on him to make these calls, and he's been on the phone with him making calls and helping him make deals. So. Sometimes Corey runs away. He gets contracts going. We say, "Oh, Corey, he's ready to rock." So, Corey, you're on fire. I think, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
So, Corey, does it get easier as you go?
I would definitely. My first one was borderline impossible. It seemed. The second one got a little easier, and the third one just, I would definitely have to say, from what I can tell, they definitely get easier. But it's just because the little minutia things that you don't know that you will figure out. You just don't know them on your first one.
Yeah. And what were you afraid of when you started that stopped you from doing anything? Because that's all it was fear, right?
Yes, sir. Everything is legitimately fear.
Yeah.
I was afraid to get on the phone talking to sellers, and it's called a syndrome of something, but it's like imposter syndrome. I had this thing about telling people that, I buy houses when I hadn't bought a house yet. So how can I say I'm buying houses, But for some reason, the day I closed on my first one, I was like, yes, I actually do buy houses now. So then it was just like turbo from that day forward, I guess.
Yeah. So as John's been pretty instrumental in your success this year, hasn't he, John and Scott?
I couldn't have done it without them. I really couldn't have.
Yeah. So they were there to push. I mean, you think you'd have done any of these deals without them?
Well, I say I couldn't have. Looking back, I know that I definitely could have physically. My own mental restraints are what kept me from doing anything, and I feel like John and Scott are what pulled those out of me almost.
John, I think you'll agree that that's the only thing that keeps anybody from doing anything is their own mental restraints.
That's a fact.
Isn't it?
That's a fact.
Yeah, it is true. Because you don't need money, you don't need credit. What else is there? There's that big fear thing. And fear of what? I ask people, what are you afraid of? I'm really not sure, but I just know I'm afraid of something. Okay, till you're not. Yeah. So you're a good testimony that once you start getting checks, that thinking changes. All right. Well, I know you're on your way to see me. He's part of a very special group. We're meeting here in Jacksonville tomorrow and the next day. So I'll see you in the morning. And then thank you for taking the time out and stopping on your trip to. I hope you're stopped. You're not moving, are you?
No, sir. No, sir.
Well, that's good.
I pulled over. Just so you know, Ron, I am bringing a copy of that big check for you, just so you can see it. I want to post it up.
Well, you can bring money too if you want. You can bring real money. Hey, there's Scott. Scott.
Hey, I'm in my car as well, but I'm not driving.
Yeah. Okay. And I got to tell everybody that Scott is the one that was on our boat that lost more fish than anybody else.
Oh, he didn't tell me that part.
Do you really
He'd get him right up to the boat. Get him right up to the boat. Gone.
I think I still outfished you though. I was counting.
You mean the ones you hooked or the ones you got on the boat? Never mind.
I'm talking about the ones I took a picture with.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, guys, thank you.
Taking pictures of his fish.
I got to get going here.
You got it.
I'll see you two guys next week on camera, and I think you're coming to Vegas live. So,
yes, sir.
And Corey, I'll see you tomorrow. All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay.
So that was it.
That's it. Thanks. So let me finish up my presentation here, and then we're going to start taking all those questions. Okay. John, if you'll give me the screen back. All right. Yeah, back it up. I got it. Okay. So let's knock out some of your questions before you have a chance to ask them. And then if I do, then I won't repeat the questions or answers again when we get to the question and answer period. Why would a seller take terms? Well, that's a question that's fair to ask. In this hot market, Ron, why would anybody take terms? Why don't they just sell them with all cash? And first of all, let me make a point. We are dealing only with FSBOs, for sale by owners. We are not dealing with listed properties. We don't need realtors in our business unless, in my case, if I buy and rehab, I list it with a realtor, let them sell it. I'm happy to pay them. I don't want anything to do with that process. But if I'm buying from individuals, FSBOs, and I'm putting owner occupants in the houses, I don't need realtors for any of that. And I'm not buying them through realtors because that means somebody's got to pay the commission. It also means the realtor's in the middle to make a mess out of the deal because they're not going to tell the sellers to take terms because they want to go sell them for all cash and so forth. So I don't deal with realtors. So we're dealing for sale by owners. Now, after saying that, when you hear about houses selling as fast as you can put them on the market, it's usually the listed houses. Realtors are selling them. They have a pin-up demand. They have a list of buyers that they can sell to. So they honestly get a buyer in there very quickly, and many times multiple sales or buyers on the same property in this market until it changes. However, FSBOs don't have that luxury. They got to go out into the marketplace. Most of them have no idea what they're doing. They don't even know how to handle the calls. They don't even know what to do if they get a buyer, and they just make a mess. So in other words, they're not really qualified even to sell their own house. It's two totally different markets. Totally different markets. So we're dealing with the FSBO market only. So why would a seller take terms? There's a lot of reasons, actually. Number one, they don't need the cash. So let me be clear. If they have to have the cash the day they sell the house, you're not going to buy the house on terms. Okay, get over it and move on. Screen out the ones you can't do business with. Deal with the people who want to deal with you. Get out and whack the rest at lightning speed. Work with the few, not the many. So write this down. Most sellers are worthless. To you, anyway. They get stress relief when they sell. because they still have the same process of selling, whether they sell on terms or whether they sell for cash. They still got to get all these endless calls, most of which couldn't buy the house if you gave them the money and signed on the loan for them. They got to show the house, and a lot of people just don't want to show the house. They're embarrassed to show the house because it's not ready to show. Either they got a bunch of junk in there, they're a hoarder, or it smells like cat urine, or whatever, or they just don't want to have to go clean up their house. Everybody calls, and everybody calls and says they want to come over. And if they have a loan and they're having trouble getting that loan paid, or maybe they're moving and they don't want 2 payments like the one I showed you earlier, then they have a lot of stress. And they know that their credit is in jeopardy if they don't do something to fix it, like the guy that I bought it from. That was his concern. He knew he can't handle 2 payments. Or in some cases, well, we tell them as part of my no script that, listen, if you move out and you don't want to, have to move all your furniture out of the house, I don't care. You can leave whatever you want to leave, take whatever you want. That's a big deal to some sellers because they don't know what they're going to do with all that stuff. Especially if they're moving to another state or they're downsizing. I also tell them, listen, you don't have to be out when we close. I'm happy to close, and then we'll work out when you're going to be out. Now, I don't start making payments till a couple of months after they're out of the house, and of course we get that all squared away when we're talking at the house, but I don't have to have them out the day I close. I want to go ahead and close. They'll know that it's sold. That's another big deal for some sellers, because honestly, if I'm an individual and I want to live in the house, I'm expecting them to be out the day we close. Takes a big relief off of them. They don't have to do that. So there's all kinds of reasons people will sell on terms. But remember that, well, I'll come back to that. They're going to get whatever value, full value is whatever you and the seller agree upon. Okay. My ads say full price for your house. What does that mean? It means whatever we agree upon. And there's no commission because there's no realtor involved. And sooner or later, they're going to get cashed out if they don't need the money now. But remember, a lot of them aren't getting any money. Okay, many times I will buy the house and I'm buying it for the same amount they owe. They don't have any money coming. But if they have equity above that, then they wait till later to get that money. And sometimes that later is years and years and years down the road, which comes back to the point they don't have to have the cash today, or they wouldn't sell on terms, assuming they're even getting any cash. And we usually pay all the closing costs. When I buy with little or nothing down, I pay the closing costs. If I'm actually got to give them a down payment, then I'm going to put some of those closing costs on them. But 75% of the time, I'm not making the seller a payment. All right, I'm making the payment directly to their bank so that they don't have to make that payment. If the house is free and clear, I got to make the payment directly to the seller. I don't have any choice. There is no bank. But if the house has got a loan on it, which over 2/3 of them do, my payment is going to equal their payment. Just like the one I negotiated last night sitting in this feller's condo. I'm paying his bank directly. And frankly, he was excited to hear that because he didn't even want to mess with the payment because he wasn't getting anything out of it. Remember the one I showed you earlier? I took over the $351,000 debt with a 1925 payment. Well, I've been making that payment directly to that bank since I bought that house several years ago. And again, that loan is paid down to about $280,000 now. God bless debt pay down. The seller is not ever going to write me a check. In fact, this guy asked me, how do you make money? And I said, I'm going to make money from the difference between what I pay you and what I sell the house for. That means they get whatever they were agreed to take, and they understand why you're doing it and where your profit comes from, and it's not coming out of their pocket. And remember, we don't negotiate, we just read scripts. Remember, I asked them questions, and they answered my questions, and therefore they made me an offer. All right, well, how many sellers will actually take terms over a cash out? Well, that depends. That depends on the quality of the leads and the person making the call and how much they have practiced making that call before they start talking to live sellers. When you get to my boot camp, I'm going to ask you to go record some practice calls, play them back to yourself, get my mistakes in front of you, write down the mistakes you made, work on fixing them as you go. And then, by the way, if you get one of our mentors, you can literally tape a couple of calls with live sellers, send them to our mentor, and they will critique the call. And guys, I mean, I can't impress upon you strongly enough how important this exercise is, because the difference between you getting deals and not getting deals is how you handle that call. And that training on how to communicate better is going to go way beyond real estate. When you learn to shut up, quit yabbering up at the mouth, and ask questions and answer questions with questions, it's going to change your negotiating skills with anything and everything you buy or sell for the rest of your life. It'll even change the way you deal with your own children, because now you're going to be asking them, oh, so Johnny, you want me to increase your allowance? Really? Well, what are you going to do for me more than what you have been doing for me to increase your allowance? Now the problem's on Johnny to come back with an answer. Ask questions, answer questions with questions. I'm going to pound that into you. Going to change the way that you just talk with people, and the results of all your conversations. Again, inside, outside of real estate. Anytime you buy anything from now on, same principle. Ask questions. What's the least you could take if I paid you all cash? All of these questions lead to answers, and then that determines whether you're in or out. That's called pre-screening, and I'm an expert at pre-screening. So, more quality of your leads, the less of them you'll call, and you'll get better deals. Remember, quality means sellers have called you. So how many leads you think it's going to take to do a deal? It's going to depend. It's going to depend on your ability to handle that call and the source of the leads, where they come from. The leads that we generate for you on our Go Club service, which come from a scouring service that scours over 2,000 websites a day looking for sale by owners, are quantity. They're not the best quality. By the way, the one that I went to last night came from those Gold Club leads. All right. You got to call more of those people to get a deal. But on the other hand, those leads are dropped in your lap every day on your inbox through our little Gold Club service, which I'll come back to here in just a minute. If I'm going to get sellers calling me, I got to do some things to get them to call me. I'll give you a list here in just a minute. So get ready to save the screen, or get your cell phone out and put it on camera mode, because you're going to want to take a picture of the screen. So, how many calls you got to make? It depends. Your ability to make the call and the quality of the leads. Let's just say I had to make 30 calls to get a deal. Let's say I had to make 30 calls to get a deal, which means you really suck, okay? Or your leads are of no quality. Well, let's say I had to make 30 to get a deal. All right, let's say I make $30,000 on that deal. Do you realize that means you got paid $1,000 for every time you heard no? All right, maybe you need more no's in your life. All right, but remember, those calls to those sellers literally aren't going to take you 2 minutes to determine whether you're in or out. Or if you're going to replace yourself, it's not going to take your caller more than a couple of minutes. So you're only going to deal with the people who give you good answers. You'll be on the phone with them 10, 15 minutes. But the ones that you're not going to work with, it won't take long to screen them out. It's right in my script. It's right up at the top. I asked them point blank on my no script, are you saying then the only way you can sell your house is if you get all cash at the time of closing? If the answer is yes to that, we're wasting our breath thereafter. So we might as well just get off the telephone. All right, so let's say it took 30 leads. Let's say they're only worth 20 grand each. Okay, that means, let's say you want to make 80 grand, which means for some of you, I need enough. For some of you, that's a pay raise. Put in your own number, I don't really care, but honestly, $20,000 per deal in this market today is probably way too conservative. Guys, I can get a $20,000 down payment on a $200,000 house out there right now. And for you Californians watching, that ain't going to buy a crack house in the war zone. All right, I get it. For some of you watching, that's a pretty decent house. In Jacksonville, I can tell you, there aren't that many houses that we can buy for $200,000 anymore, whereas it used to be that almost all of my houses I bought for less than 200 grand. So our prices are going up here just like they are everywhere else. But using my example, I only need 4 deals a year to replace an $80,000 job, which is kind of a really conservative example. So if it took 30 leads per deal, that means I only need 120 leads a year, or 10 a month. That's nothing. Our VAs will get you way more than that. You add that to what I'm about to show you to get sellers calling you, you won't have no problem getting way more leads than that. So see, you can even do a really, really bad job and still meet these minimum goals we're talking about. Like we were talking about Corey a while ago. You know, for him to make $120,000, he thought was a big deal before he got a check or two or three. And now he already realized it is no big deal at all. In fact, it's just barely getting started. RVAs can get you more leads than you need, but again, I want you to get sellers calling you. Remember all these income streams. So while you're getting people to tell you no, they don't want terms, I want you to keep in mind what the ones who say yes are worth to you. Guys, this is how you get rich. You get rich by getting all of these benefits out of single family houses. And you don't need but a handful of them to literally set you up for a retirement that'll last you for the rest of your life and beyond. See, the good thing about this residual income is it comes in whether you get out of bed in the morning or not, or whether you're even alive or not. And that's what I want you to work for, is that residual income. Get those monthly spreads up to the point to where your income is guaranteed. You can go on vacation, stay as long as you want. Everything you need done is already done for you. Your systems are in place. Take a cruise. You can take a cruise for a month if you want to, and you don't have to worry about, look, when I go on a cruise, I get the owner's suite, or we're not going. And the first thing I ask my travel agent is the owner's suite available on that particular trip? And if it ain't, tell me which one that's available, because there's only 2 or 3 of those on a ship. I don't get it, I ain't going. If we don't get in the first class department where you get the lay down seats, we ain't going till we can get in the first class department with the lay down seats. When you get your cash flow up, the cost of this thing is of little relevance to you. It's not about the cost, because now you can go when you want, stay as long as you like, and you don't have to worry about the cost because your cash flow is there whether you're working or not working. There is no better income than residual income. I'm way more interested in you getting that residual up than I am in big old non-refundable deposits, if you want to know the truth. And I already told you most of my tenants don't buy. So may the goose live forever. I want the goose to live as long as we possibly can have it live. All right, how do we find these sellers? Here you go. Take a picture of the screen. And I am definitely not going to go through all of these things today. And this is a handful of what we're going to go through at the boot camp. Our VAs will generate leads for you every day. And you got to know that's a lot of work, because think about it. When they're calling people that advertise online, a lot of them are listed or sold before we ever even get the information. So only about half of the people that they call, they can get on the telephone. Not true when sellers are calling you, of course. You get them all on the telephone. Running ads. Our VAs will run ads for you online, free ads, all over the internet. They know where to run them. You don't have to tell them where to run them. They know. Bandit signs, that's the roadside signs, and FSBO signs, for sale by owner signs in front of houses. Those are good leads. Social media is endless. In fact, there'll be a class in my boot camp just on the social media sites that you need to use to attract both sellers and buyers. And then our VAs will call leads for you that are not in the ones that you get every single day if you tell them to. Vehicle signs. Everybody can have some magnetic signs or have their cars or trucks wrapped. So you pay for that one time, a few $100s, and now you got advertising coming in for as long as you're in that vehicle. And you'll get several deals out of that, just doing that one simple thing. In other words, we got to let the world know that we're actually in the business of buying houses, and they will come. Keep it a secret, and they will not come. Our website, we're part of our Gold Club process is giving you a website and your buyers list and all the things that come with it, and that attracts online traffic right there just through SEO. And then there's a lot of things you can do online to drive traffic to your site. And then calling wholesalers. There's one that people don't even think about. When people are putting out signs that they buy houses, or putting out ads that they have a house for sale, they are wholesalers, and that means that you should call them and let them know you're looking for houses to buy. Now, these are going to be cash deals, and they're going to be rehab deals, but a lot of deals are generated out there right now from you calling wholesalers that haven't learned yet that they probably should have a different exit strategy than wholesaling the house. And here's some things that you have to pay money to do, but frankly, this is where most of your productivity is going to come from when you get to the point to where you want to do several deals a month. You can buy pre-screen leads. There are services that'll sell you these leads after they've made the calls. There are services that'll cold call lists for you. You can provide the list, or they'll provide the list of people who own a home to see if they want to sell it, and ask them some questions, and then you just pay for the leads as you get them. Did you know the United States Post Office will deliver flyers for you? You have a flyer created, you pick out the carrier route. For 19 cents a flyer, they'll put them in people's mailboxes for you. I love door hangers. There's a services that will deliver door hangers and put one on everybody's doorknob for you. The last time I did that, I put out 10,000 door hangers for $2,000, all in, distribute company, printing, and everything. That's 20 cents each to get this thing on somebody's door. You can't get more targeted than that. You can target the neighborhood you want to deliver to, as you can with direct mail. We have multiple direct mail services for you that'll not only provide you the list, but also do the mail for you. And then also another great way to target. And then there's the Facebook ads that you paid for and the Google ads that you pay for. All of these things can generate leads from sellers. And of course, they're all going to cost money, some more than others. But on the other hand, they generate quality leads, not quantity leads. A lot less leads, a lot more deals. So you are going to have to choose what you want to do after I have more time to spend with you and giving you your options. And I'll even interview people that are actually doing these things, and you'll know what it costs them per lead and what production they're getting and how many calls they got to make to get a deal in class. Okay, there's your Gold Club homepage, and over on the left you'll see FSBO Field Service. When you sign up for the Gold Club, if you haven't already, you got to go over there in that red circle and punch on that now, and that'll take you to the page, and you pick 2 counties that you want these leads that are online delivered to you every day. It costs you no more to get the leads than not get the leads. And your Gold Club is a measly $59 a month, and we're going to be delivering you for sale by owners in your inbox every day that they're available wherever you live. I mean, it's the best bargain in real estate today. You get all these goodies. FSBO leads, there's a site on there that will attract private lenders for you. There's affiliate links because we pay affiliate, pretty strong affiliate commissions, and there's a link for everything we've got on there. Hundreds of hours worth of training on our Gold Club site. All my forms and agreements are on there, and there's a weekly newsletter on there, comes out every Friday, and I answer your questions on video, and there's all kinds of articles and testimonials from students on there, all on ronsgoldclub.com. Make a note of that right now, ronsgoldclub.com. It's only $59 a month for all of these goodies, and remember, that gets you leads coming in every single day that you can send to your VAs to call, and then you or your caller can call them for you. So, real bargain, guys. ronsgoldclub.com. And remember, those, you can also get those points. See those points up there in the upper left-hand corner? They're worth $1 a piece for almost anything that we have for you to use going forward. So why are these houses easy to sell? Well, it's a 5-letter word. It's called terms. A house is 10 times easier to sell on terms than it is for cash. All right, so not only that, I get to charge more because it's worth more when I'm selling it for terms. Ask any appraiser, they'll tell you anything is worth more sold on terms than it is for cash. So I get to raise the price, and then I get all of those other goodies because I chose to sell it on terms and not cash out of it. Again, I raise my price 5 to 10% above the market, and I have no problem getting it. I have listen, I can't remember the last time a terms buyer has ever squawked about the price, okay? It's not about the price. It's about the down payment, it's about the monthly payment, and how fast they can get the keys into a home of their own. You guys need to remember that home ownership is a strong, an American dream of home ownership is a strong desire. And especially to those who've never owned a home, but maybe to those who used to own a home and don't own one anymore, but would like to own one again. There's a huge market out there, and that market is never going to die, and there's always going to be people who can't qualify at the bank, and frankly, the higher the rates get, the more of those people are going to come into play. So you're never going to run out of a market to sell houses to. All right, so how do we find buyers? Well, this one, you probably don't even need to take a screenshot because, frankly, it has never been easier to sell houses than it is right now. Honestly, you probably don't even need to put up signs anymore because if you run ads on a couple of social media sites, one of the big ones is Facebook Marketplace. If you just run an ad about the house that you have for sale, and you put it in that lease purchase, no banks, no credit required, blah, 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 you're going to get flooded with leads. And today it's not about selling the house. It's about picking the best qualified person to buy it. And qualified does not mean credit. In fact, I don't expect them to have good credit. I hope they don't have good credit. I don't want them to have good credit, but I want them to have a bunch of money. So qualified means the more money they got, the more qualified they are to put down. And remember, we don't name the down payment. We ask them, what's the most you can put down? And then we ask them, is that the best you can do? And we get it up. And same thing with a payment. So the cream rises to the top, and they don't know it, but they're silently they're in a silent auction. And so I don't want to take the first person that comes along unless they got a whole bunch of money. So if I'm selling a $500,000 house, I'm not giving anybody the keys to that house with less than $50,000 down. So you're going to get a lot of them that don't have the 50 grand. So you got to learn patience and let the market speak. And of course you put the people on the buyers list that don't have enough down, but just relax, especially in this market, and you're going to get some big, giant down payments on nice houses and nice neighborhoods. Remember, I'm not selling crack houses in war zones here. I'm selling nice houses in nice neighborhoods, and there's a shortage of them in the market today. And getting a bunch of money from people who can't qualify is not a big deal. In fact, it's going to shock you how much money people can come up with to put down on a house. And remember, it's an investment in the house. It's not an expense because they get that credit toward their down payment when they buy. And of course, if they don't buy, they forfeit it. So you win either way. But we used to put these signs up, pointer signs pointing to the house. We put about 15 to 20 of them up, but honestly, I don't even bother anymore. We used to stage houses. Don't even bother staging them anymore, okay? So we changed with the market. All right, you run ads on Facebook Marketplace, you probably will not need to do anything else to sell a house on terms today. And then automation does the rest. So we do not go show houses. Let me say that again. We do not go show houses. No, that's what realtors do. They like doing that. I'm not wanting my staff doing that. We put a lockbox on the house that we get from Lowe's or Home Depot. I leave the code 0000, so we don't have to remember the code. And so it's pretty easy for them to remember. And we put the key in the lockbox. We hide another key on the premises in case the key in the lockbox comes up missing, as it will, because people that go in the house and want the house will steal the key so nobody else can get in. So we leave another one on the premises, and then we go out and replace that key. We tell them where that key is hidden, and we go replace it with another one when we find that out. However, the truth is today in this market, believe me when I tell you this, you got a nice house in a nice neighborhood. You're not going to have more than one or two, three at the most couples go through this house before one of them is going to buy your house, assuming they got enough money. And here's the cool part. Listen to this now. This is the automation. There's only two ways buyers are going to come to you. They'll either come to you by calling a number that you publish. In that case, it'll go to ronlegrand.com/PatLive. Pat Live is a 24-hour answering service that takes our calls 24 hours. And I mean, like they're $200 a month for 250 minutes of live humans answering calls. Dirt cheap. And there's only 5 or 6 questions that they're asked for buyers. You know, what house are you looking at? First name and phone number. What house are you looking at? What's the most you can put down? What's the most you can pay per month? Okay. So when we get this information from Pat Live, we already know what we're dealing with. So if somebody's trying to buy a $500,000 house and they got $5,000 to put down, it ain't likely we're going to be selling those folks this house. But now when they call and say we got $50,000 to put down, we get on the phone immediately with them and we give them the lockbox code to get in the house after we get a few more questions answered from them, like what's the most you can pay per month, because I'm going to try to get them up on the phone even way beyond what Pat Live said that they could put up. So we're only going to give a few people the lockbox code to get in the house. They got to pass the front end test. They got to pass the sift and sort and test. They got to have money, or they got no reason to let them in the house. So I'm telling you, there ain't but a few people going to go through this house. And to be honest with you, if your house is a nice neighborhood and it's in good shape, probably the very first person you send out there is going to say, yeah, we want it, we want it, we want it. So if they're coming to your phone, coming through your phone. Now we always put a sign in front of the house. It's got the phone number on it. And the phone number's in all of our ads we run online, because I'd rather they just call Pat Live and let Pat Live get those answers and then send that to you immediately by text or by email. However, they can also go, not to your website, because I'm going to teach you that I don't want them going to my website. I want them to go to a page that's on my website. The only thing that's on that page is all the information about that house. You got photos on there. You got the Matterport video on there, where I'm going to teach you, send somebody out, do a video of the house. That's a really cool video. Description of the house, and then what to do next. Okay? Well, frankly, on your web page, this page that your virtual assistant will create for you once you send them the photos and the description of the house, it'll tell them to call a number that you get from Pat Live. Pat Live will give you 6 numbers when you open an account, and there's no charge for them, and they're all your numbers, and they'll all you can forward them to Pat Live or not forward them to Pat Live. So on your on this page I'm describing, you'll put one of those numbers where they can call live. So either way, they're going to dead end into Pat Live. Pat Live sends you the information. And I know you're going to be tempted to put your phone number on the page. Now, I get it. I understand. But I'm telling you, you're either going to run your business so that you don't have to do all this grunt work, or you're going to run your business so you got to do all the grunt work. Okay? If you want to get turned off quickly, go ahead and put your phone number on there and let these people call you, pound you, pound you, pound you. And a lot of people calling you cannot possibly qualify with your terms to get into this house. They're a waste of your time. So in other words, what if here's something worth writing down. What if we let other people do what they do best to free us up to do what we do best? What do other people do? All the grunt work, like taking all these endless calls. What do? Make deals, avoid the grunt work. Make decisions based on the information that others collect, both buying and selling houses. Answering the phone is going to be removed, for the most part, from your life, from buyers and sellers. If you will listen, and you are going to listen, right? Automation, systemization, delegation. I only give the lockbox code to the people who pass the sniff test. I have a script. You make that outbound call. I want you to get more information from them, because that's going to go on your buyer's list. I got a little sheet. You just fill in the blanks when you ask the questions. You send that sheet to your VA, and they add it to your buyer's list that comes with your website. And now you've got this magnificent list with as many fields across as you want to go that are calling you that you cannot qualify for a loan. You know how much they got down, how much they can pay per month, and what they want to live in, and where they want to live. Next time you get a house, you go to your buyer's list. It's a goner. You won't even have to go out into the public, most likely. But if you do, you go out into the public, you get more people to add to your buyer's list. You'll hear investors tell you, I got 2,000 people on my buyer. No, you don't. You got 2,000 worthless emails on your buyer's list. On our buyer's list, you got some quality information from people who have money, and you know how much they got. And frankly, you don't need but a handful of them. And next thing you know, here's what you're doing. You're not looking for buyers for houses anymore. You're looking for houses for all these people got all this money, and there needs to be a bank transfer from their bank account to your bank account as soon as possible. And I'll tell you what else you're going to learn. You're going to learn where you want to target from all the calls from people and where they want to buy. So in other words, the callers will tell you where your marketing should be directed. And I'm a firm believer in target marketing. And all these things that I just showed you, you can target the areas where you want to buy houses. And by the way, I don't care whether you want to buy ugly houses or pretty houses. Frankly, we use the same tools, we just make different targets. Ugly houses, I want to go into the lower end markets. Pretty houses, I want to go to the medium and above. No matter where you live. All right, nobody shows houses. All right, foolish mistake is you never name the down payment, you never name the monthly payment. Don't do that. Learn to ask them. And then no matter what they say, what's the most you can put down? Your next question is that the best you can do? Again, I want at least 10% down. Now, I don't get 10% every time, but it's never been easier than it is in this market right now. and you got to be patient. So, I'm going to caution you against that, because you're going to be inclined to take the first person that comes along with some money to put them in the house because you're thinking more about that payment coming up. Guys, it ain't about the payment coming up. Don't worry about that. I'm going to teach you how to get at least 2 to 3 months before your first payment even starts. Way more than enough time to get this house occupied. Remember, it's not about finding one. It's about picking the best of the bunch. And it's better to have a vacant house than it is put the wrong person in it. And you put somebody in a house and you take a small amount of money from them, you got the wrong person in it, they're not going to buy, and they're going to be a problem. How do you think I know that? Okay. How do you think I know that? When I started this, I had over 200 Section 8 HUD tenants at one time. Talking about problems. I mean, they were trying to destroy my life, and it took me a lot of years to learn how to start making money in this business without all the grief. And when I tell you that putting tenant buyers in houses is a business without the grief, believe what I tell you. I've been to the grief seminar. I've been to the seminar where I put tenants in houses that constantly need something repaired, put very little money up front, have little at risk. They don't have a dog in the hunt. They act like tenants. My buyers act like buyers. I never hear from them until they move. They pay their rent. You know why they pay their rent? Because if they don't, they lose their option deposits. It's built right into the agreements. By the way, we close with attorneys. Attorneys close all our lease option deals. Everything is spelled out. We don't have repercussions because they want their deposit back. It couldn't be more clear to them when we put them in. They're not getting it back if they don't buy the house. I got you covered if you will let me. This is truly, I can't call it risk-free. There's always risk, but I can tell you right now, the risk is always going to be minimal. You should be in and out of any terms deal, not cash deals, unless it's a wholesale deal. If it's a wholesale deal, you should easily be in and out in less than 30 days. It's the same with a terms deal. Now, this is assuming I don't have to do any work on the house to any great degree, because you have to add that time in there. But frankly, most of the houses that you get in the terms business, you probably will do nothing to it. And if you do anything to it, it won't take but a couple, 3 days. So compare that to your other choices. On the terms deal, it's just a matter, well, let's look at the process. I put it on Facebook Marketplace. Everybody goes to Pat Live. Then they come to me immediately. We make the call to find out if we want to give them the lockbox code, same day. They're in and out that same day or the day after. And I tell them, if you want this house, you better get on there because I'm getting flooded with calls. They go to the house. They like what they see. They call you back. Yeah, we like it. Okay, next step is to simply, if you need more information, you get it. And if you like what you hear and you've got them up on the phone, then you set a meeting with them, which can be in the house, or it can be at McDonald's, or it can be in your office if you have one. And, I'll go through what you need to do at that meeting, and that's where you get their commitment and get their deposit. I'll take $2,500 deposit, and literally 3 days later, they're getting the keys, and I'm getting the rest of their deposit. My attorney is. When I put a tenant by attorney's fee, they pay it. I don't pay it. They pay it. So they bring the rest of their deposit, the attorney's fees, and the first month's rent the day they get the keys, which is only a few days after you meet them. Very, very fast business, assuming you don't have a bunch of renovation to do in between. So if you're ready, I got to tell you, it took me a long time to put this thing together. It took a lot of people working a lot of years to build the systems that we got for you today. And for what we do, there is no better system out there. And if you are ready to learn how to buy and sell houses and actually getting something going in your life and create some massive wealth, then you're going to have to make a decision. And frankly, if you don't make a decision here today to do something, what's going to change, you already know the answer. I gave you a chance a while ago to get trained by me personally. Now look, see all that gray hair? Hey, I'm not going to be able to train you personally forever. You better get what you can out of this old aging brain while you can, I might forget everything I know here any day. You don't know. If you did not register for the Quick Start School, maybe you should ask yourself, why didn't I register? Okay. Maybe you think you already know this stuff. I promise you, you don't already know this stuff. And if you find out that I'm not correct, remember, you got 2 days, go back, you're out of here, all right? You know, if I'm going to see you in Vegas, hey, spend some time in Vegas. What the heck? I can guarantee you, you don't know this stuff. And I don't care if you've been doing business for 20 years. I don't care. There is no way you're not going to come to this boot camp and learn a whole bunch of new things you didn't know. I promise you, I'm going to change the direction of your business, and you wouldn't be the first. You would not be the first. I've been doing this for a long time. Or maybe you didn't register because you think you don't have the money. Well, if the reason you didn't register is because you don't have the money, isn't that probably the real reason why you should register? Okay, if you don't have the money today, will you have the money a year from now or 2 years from now? If you don't have the money, aren't you a little tired of telling people you can't afford it, or telling your spouse you can't afford it, or telling yourself you can't afford it? I hate those words. If you don't have the money, you get on the telephone and we'll figure out how to get you in this thing. And pretty soon the money will be irrelevant to you that you don't have. That's the whole purpose of this event, so that you start making money. And you're about out of time. You got about 20 more minutes to save yourself $200. Still got the $1,200 discount. And I'm still going to give you credit for the terms course, $500 for the first responder, $500 pay in full, and $500. And you also use Gold Clump points. You can also use your 401k or your IRA. When you call, ask them, I got an IRA, how can I use it? And what better use of your IRA than investing in a training that will help you create more revenue in your IRA for the rest of your life? Because I'm going to teach you how to do house deals in your IRA and never pay taxes on that money ever, as long as you live legally. And remember, the Vive card will finance you, and we'll finance you in-house. I apply for the Vive card regardless of whether you think you need it or not. I mean, it's a $15,000 line of credit. They send you a card in the mail. You can use it for a lot of things outside of this event. So if money's the only reason you haven't said yes, that's a temporary problem. It's not a long-term problem. There's a difference between being broke and being poor. Broke I can fix. I don't know if I can fix poor. Poor is a state of the mind. What's the worst thing that happens if you say yes right now? I don't know. What is the worst? I guess the worst is you lose the money, which means you've done nothing or don't intend to do anything. And if you don't intend to do anything, obviously there's no reason for you to do anything. Remember, you got a 90 days you're working with me. You're only going to get that while I'm in front of you. And I guarantee you generate leads and send them to me. We're going to get some action going here. All right. I'm giving you some discounts, and I'm giving you some a good opportunity here to get really in the groove long before next year even arrives. I'm not real excited about what 2023 is going to be like as far as the economy and inflation and all of that is concerned. So it's only going to get worse, in my opinion. But you won't have time to think about it if you're making a bunch of money. All right, if you're serious and you really want to get going, I have some one-on-one training where I literally put a mentor with you, like John. There's 11 more of them. John and Scott, there's 11 more of them for 6 months. They work with you one-on-one for 6 months. This is not group calls. This is not group training. It's one-on-one with you and your mentor. And you have a weekly 30-minute meeting for every single week. You schedule a 30-minute meeting to talk about the deals that you're working on and to get your questions answered. And your mentors will also talk to your seller for you. Once you've called your sellers, if you got something positive, that's where you want to get to your mentor. Then your mentor will actually get on the phone with the seller with you and tell them that you're coming out to the house because you're working with them. In other words, they're going to be your pro tem partner, so that when you get to the house, you don't have to know anything, and the seller knows you don't know anything. And the mentor will be on the phone with you at that point to answer the seller's questions. And of course, they will be told that before you arrive. That takes the pressure off of you. Can't tell you how many deals that saved, all right? right on through even the contract. Because before you go to this house, you're going to send the mentor a contract. You're going to fill it out. It's all right in my manual. All you got to do is follow a sample and fill it in. You're going to send it to the mentor to critique. They're going to critique. They're going to fix it for you because it's going to have to be fixed. You are not going to fill out a contract correctly on your first time. I've never seen anybody do it. They all need to be fixed, and this is the only way you're going to learn, folks. All right, you've got to screw them up, let them fix them. You'll see what they fix. Next thing you know, you'll be sending them in, and they're working fine. All right, I'm going to spend some time with you on contracts at the boot camp, and you got clauses in your boot camp manual not get anywhere else on the planet. I know because I wrote them. That'll save you thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars just because of the language that I'm going to have you put in your terms contracts. So your mentor is going to be invaluable to you because your contract needs to be ready before you go to the house. And then when you get there, the mentor will be on the phone with you. If you need them, you have to make an appointment ahead of time. Okay, they have to be available, and then you get this deal done. And they're going to be with you all the way through to the end. If you're wholesaling it, to where you putting a tenant buyer in it, and whoever you need them to talk to, if they want to talk to your attorney, all the way through to the end. And they're going to critique your calls for you, and they're going to save you a lot of deals that you're going to wind up throwing in the trash if you don't have them working with you. And the whole goal is to get as many checks as you can during the 6-month period, like you just saw Corey. He's on his third or fourth or whatever he said deal, and he'll get more before he even gets through his mentoring process. All right, the cost of mentoring is $16,995 financed or $14,995 paid in full. If we finance it for you, it's 12 payments, 0 interest. You can work out the down payment when you call. And if you use the Vive card will go up to $15,000. If you can use the Vive card, or you can use your credit card. And in fact, we've got some new financing. When you call, ask them about some new financing that we have available as well that'll finance this for you. Trust me, if you want to get in, make the call, tell them what you got to work with, tell them what you want, and we'll explain all of the options to you. And then we got to go and give you all the credits that you got to and so forth. So, it's not a 2-minute call. If you're investing in Quick Start School and mentoring, special discounts will apply to you and special financing. Make the call. And so in other words, if you're buying them both here today at one time, then it's a different package than if you're just getting one. Many of you have already been to Quick Start. Some of you haven't, so it's different things for different folks, okay? If you pay by check or wire for mentoring, we'll give you a $500 discount because we either pay that to the merchant account companies for you to put it on your credit card, or we give it to you. I'd rather give it to you. So paying by check or wire gets you another $500 off. And don't forget, you can use your Gold Club points up to half of the balance. They're worth $1 a point if you have them. But Ron, that's a lot of money, really. That's a lot of money. That's a Navigator I bought for Beverly. $92,000 Ford. That's a lot of money. 2 or 3 years after its purchase, it's worth probably half of what you paid for it. That's called depreciation, the real kind. You investing in your education will be an appreciating asset, not a depreciating asset. It's going to work with a lot more than what it cost, unlike this thing. Look at this trip. We paid more to go on this trip than you're paying for your entire training here. And what do we got to show for it? Photographs. That's it. Okay. Money's gone, but I don't care. Again, I won't do a deal for less than 20 grand. Your entire education is going to cost you less than that today for both the boot camp and the mentoring. So you want to get in free? Here's how. During your 6 months mentoring, if you get a deal that you need a partner for, I'll be your partner. I am aggressively looking for partners to do deals. I don't care where you live, incidentally. Even if you're all the way out in California, I like California houses as well, all right? I'll partner with you, and that means I'll put up the money. And to be honest, you don't want to partner with me if I'm not putting up the money, because if I'm not putting up the money, you don't need me to be your partner. Okay, you got to be in the mentoring system for me to partner with you, because they're going to be working the deal with you, and I'm relying on them to make sure it's done right. So they're going to give you the same service whether you're partnering with me or not. So if that's the case and you don't need the money, then you don't need me. However, I'm counting on you finding deals that you need money for, because I'm aggressively looking for partnership deals. I mean, why wouldn't I? All right. If I put up the money, I get 75% of the net, you get 25% of the net. And honestly, isn't it better for you to get 25% of the net than 0% of a net you're not going to get if you don't know where to get money in the cases where you need the money? All right. And you'll learn a lot along the way. You don't have to partner with me. In fact, most don't, because the truth is I'll talk you out of it. If it's a small amount of money, I'll try to, why don't you get this money? And you don't want to give me 75% of a small amount of money, but I'll be there when you need me. All right. And I hope you need me. Now, why would I want to partner with you anyway? The answer is greed. Okay. Don't forget, I get 75% of the deal. To me, you are my, bird dog, so to speak. You're out there bringing in deals. I love that ain't seminar crap. I am eagerly looking for partnership deals with you. That means if we partner together, first thing that happens is you recapture your entire cost of your mentoring off the top, then we split the proceeds. So on your first deal, you get paid back for your mentoring, and then we share whatever's left over. So literally your mentoring is free. I'd love to work with you on a deal and make your mentoring free. And if you follow instructions, we can easily do one of those within 60 days. I mean, think about it, guys. You get up into the $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 or higher, those big non-refundable deposits are going to be very, very large. So the cost of your mentoring coming off of that, we still got plenty of money left to split. Eagerly awaiting. All right, you got 30 days to change your mentors. They're all got a servant's heart. They were all personally chosen by me because of their servant's heart. All of my mentors actually do the business. They don't just talk about it. They all run their own business, which is why I won't let them take more than 15 clients at a time. Right now we have 12 of them. If you want to pause and restart your mentoring along the way, you can. And don't forget, it's tax deductible. The IRS will cover whatever your tax bracket you're in. They will cover that percentage of that. So if you're in a 25% tax bracket, I mean, that's $4,000 or so you don't have to pay the IRS. If you enroll right now, I'm going to give you the business management boot camp that I teach twice a year. And it's in, what month is it in, Nick? I don't even remember. November, I think. All right. Now, that's the 3-day event where we discuss, what do you guess? Managing the business. Correct. Cover all these things: hiring and firing, delegating, outsourcing, home versus office, husband and wife working together or not, individual or company, maintaining focus, problem solving, cash flow management, which is a big one. People have no idea how to manage it. I want you to know what your break even is before the month starts, not after it's over, and hope you made money. A lot more on asset protection, entity structuring, estate planning, tax reduction, time management. Time management is a big one during this event because I find very few people are capable of managing their time. And I got some very simple systems to help you set it and forget it. If I had to operate based on my memory, I'd never get anything done. I'm going to teach you how to replace yourself, which includes hiring and firing and outsourcing and delegating. That is a $3,000 event that you're going to get free if you say yes to mentoring here today, because I want you to have it. A lot of people come to that, say it's without it, they'd have a mess. Some of them say I'd even be in bankruptcy right now. And I teach it personally. What is it? November 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. It will be live in Jacksonville, and it'll also be virtual. You want to be here live in Jacksonville. Way better than virtual. Way better. I'm also going to waive your VA setup fee. There's a $500 setup fee to get a VA, and or if you've already paid it, of course, then you get credit for it. But no, we're going to waive that fee if you get mentoring here today. Remember, just with the boot camp alone, you got $400 worth of VA service, and now you don't have to pay anything to get that started, to get in mentoring. No mentoring without the Quick Start School, for your benefit. I cannot put you in the mentoring program when you have not had the training. Guys, the boot camp is about the training, hands-on, in detail, step-by-step training. The implementation starts at the boot camp or before, but mentoring is about implementing. The mentors help you implement what you're trained. They cannot possibly make you successful if you try to skip the training. You cannot get trained over the telephone on this business. Get trained, get mentoring. Most of our people get mentoring before they get to the training, which is a perfect combination, because your mentor will now help you generate leads and be discussing these deals for you to prepare you to come to the event and bring a bunch of them with you. And your mentor might even be at the event to help you follow up afterwards and to call leads for you that you bring to the event. I'd rather you have a mentor before you get to the event than come to the event and then get a mentor. If we get you a deal during the class, it's going to take us several days to get you set up with a mentor. And if we get you a deal during class, you need to be at that house the day after you get back from the event and get that appointment. You can't steal in slow motion. You can't not be putting it off and putting it off. You're going to get these deals. You got to get there, and you got to get there quickly. I want the mentor to be available, to be on the phone and while you're at that appointment, even if it's the day back after you get back from the event. Obviously, we can't do that if you don't even have a mentor before you get there. You must have attended this event within the last 3 years or register to attend the one coming up or the one in Jacksonville to start mentoring. Now, you do not have to start mentoring because you register for it today. In fact, if you're coming to Vegas, you want to start it right now because that starts on the 13th of September. If you're not going to come and you want to come to Jacksonville, honestly, you don't want to start mentoring till about a month before. But you pay for it now, you get the goodies that I'm giving you now. Start when you want. If you have already attended the boot camp several years ago and you need to come back, and you do, if you haven't attended within the last 3 years, you need to come back. I'm going to waive your $500 return fee if you get into mentoring today. So save you another $500. Just covered that. Don't confuse mentoring with a hotline. The hotline is an individual answering your questions. Your hotline is not going to do any of these things for you. This is a mentor's job. The mentor will talk to your sellers. The mentor will review your contracts. They'll talk to your buyers. They'll do a 30-minute call for you for every week for 6 months. The partnership only applies if you're in the mentoring. Okay, none of that happens on the hotline. So if you have a mentor, you really don't even need to use the hotline. The hotline person is not qualified and not to do all of these things. So let's do a deal. I'm eagerly awaiting your deal. It does require your participation, though. So there it is. I'll lead out for you. Finance mentoring, are paid in full and save a couple of grand. And you get the business management boot camp. And by the way, you can bring a guest to that as well. Parent, child, spouse, significant other, and somebody in your business. And you can come as many times to my boot camp per year as you want. And you can rotate guests as long as they're in that group. No extra charge. I strongly suggest you put it on your schedule and get to Jacksonville first week in November. Come see me live at the business management. Telling you right now, sitting in front of that computer, you're not going to get the goodies. You're going to get there live. And again, use your Gold Club points. So is this going to be your turning point? Is this your time? Is this your point in life where something needs to change and you have to decide whether you want to make that change or not? I told you from the very beginning, I'm going to bring you to bear. You got to skin them. Again, you have no risk here. So get involved. Get on Planet Ron. I promise you, you'll be glad you did. Okay. Guys, I bet we got a ton of questions now, don't we? All right. So for you folks, look at it. It's 10 after 3. So hang around for the questions. You might learn. By the way, these questions always bring up stuff I didn't cover, always. I love questions. I take a ton of questions at the events as well, and happy to take them. So hit me with them. If you want to hang around, fine. If I've got you over your time limit, then that's entirely up to you. Get on that phone right now and get involved.
All right. Guy says the Pretty House concept was put on hold for the most part during the past 2 years. What is new moving forward from what we learned before?
Says who? Who put it on hold? God, I don't know where you're at, but it wasn't on hold with me. It wasn't on hold with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of my students out there doing them. I don't know why you think it was on hold. Maybe you think it's because we're in a hot market. Well, I got to tell you, people do terms in hot markets as well as they do in slow markets. It's only on hold because you listen to the people around you tell you that it won't work in a hot market. That's a crock of crap. It works in every market. But it's true. The hotter the market, the more you got to focus on getting sellers to call you instead of chasing ones that are listing their houses online. There's terms deals in every market all the time. There's never a time when it doesn't work.
All right. Laney says, is this being recorded so we can review later? I will be taking notes and I do not know shorthand. Yeah, it is. It is recorded, and we'll leave it up on YouTube here for probably a week or so. So you'll be able to watch it on YouTube,
Okay.
or if you're watching on Facebook, you can watch there.
Good. I did not know that.
Cece says, do you refer the attorneys?
No, I don't refer them, but it's real easy to find real estate closing attorneys, frankly. And by the way, I don't know where you live, CC, but if you're in a real estate investment group, REIAs we call them, real estate investment associations, wherever you live, I promise you there's attorneys that are a member of that group looking for your business, and they're real estate closing attorneys, but they're not hard to find. Yeah. They're everywhere.
Alex,
Even in California, where you think you don't need them because you got escrow companies, you absolutely need attorneys to close real estate deals.
Alex says, hey, Ron, you always say that your first wholesaling deal was how you got into this business.
It is.
What was your first terms deal like?
Oh, God, I don't even remember. 40 years. I don't remember my first terms deal. I'll bet it was at least 7 or 8 or 9 years into my business before I did my first term deals, and I think it was kind of an accident. I honestly, I don't remember. I've done so many of them, I can't not remember. I'm amazed how I can remember the address of the first house I ever did. 2610 Clyde Drive, the little box that I renovated. And that's the last time I took my house to look at a house, or my wife to a house that needs renovated. We could look through the concrete block walls through the cracks and see the outside. She said, and the floor was like, "You're not going to buy this, are you?" Well, I did. I bought it, and I think we made 10 grand on it. But I'm not making that mistake again. She'd have talked me out of it if I listened to her.
Damon says, I have an opportunity to purchase a single family for $37,000.
Mhm.
Repairs are approximately $25,000. ARV is $140 to $155.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking about quit claim deed for $1, refinance for $80,000, and cash flow for $800 per month. Good move.
Oh. Did you actually ask me if it was okay to refinance a house after all that lesson on we don't use our credit? Are you kidding me? Smack him, will you? Smack him. No, we do not refinance houses. Deal sounds good. But if you remember, I said if you buy for cash, you sell for cash, okay? Get a contract on it now. Get a private lender to lend you enough money to buy it, rehab it, and then some. By the way, we always bring home money from the closing. Always borrow more than you need when we're paying cash for houses. But I would suggest you do that and then put it on the market and cash out of it. Do a nice rehab job on it. You'll get it and raise the price. Even with cash deals, I'm selling them for more than what they're worth right now, and I'm getting it. So now's the time. Good time to sell houses, as long as it lasts. But no, we're not going to refinance the house and personally guarantee the debt and have that show on our credit report. That's a no-no. And you're saying, can I use private money? Yeah, but your private interest is going to cost you more. And it's okay, because you can get private money for longer terms, like 15 years. And if that deal works with those numbers, okay, I'm okay with that. But generally, when I buy for cash, I sell for cash. I do not go to a bank and refinance.
Mike says, was Gene Simmons one of your real estate students?
No, he was not. Not that I know of, anyway. He didn't tell me.
How do or where do you find the sellers who will do these types of deals?
All over the country, in every city in the United States. long as you learn how to get them to call you and what to do with them after they call. That's what the training is all about.
On this house, who made the mortgage during your 2-month grace period? The owners?
Seller. The seller. If there's a loan on it, I always get at least 2 months before I make the first payment. And I teach you how to do that. It's very easy to do.
Do you advertise for the lease option?
Yes. I put lease purchase right in my ads, which is what attracts, and I put no credit, no banks. That's what attracts the flow of people contacting you.
And where do you advertise?
I told you, most of it is on Facebook Marketplace today. In these times, okay, when times turn around, I might have to expand that somewhat, but I'd start with Facebook Marketplace, probably going to get you all the leads that you want.
Chuck says, who maintains the homeowner's insurance, you or the tenant?
Whoever owns the property. So you own the property, you'll have a non-owner occupied policy on it, which is actually cheaper than the seller's occupied policy, as long as you own it, okay? The tenant does not insure a house they don't own. They can insure their contents if they want to. I don't care if they do or not. But tenants can't buy houses on insurance that they don't own. So if you own it, you insure it.
Terry says, how do you protect yourself against the lender's due on sale clause when you buy subject to?
I don't need to protect myself against the lender's due on sale clause because they're not going to call the loan due. They haven't in all my 40 years. As long as they're getting a payment, the last thing they want is a house. They're getting plenty of them back already right now. Can they call it due? Yeah, but if they do, it will not affect my personal credit because I don't guarantee the debt. I don't guarantee the note. They can't come after me personally for the note. Most they can do is try to foreclose on the house, and I'll teach you how to stop them cold if and when they ever do that. You don't need to worry about the due on sale clause. Trust me. That's the last thing. For a bank to want a house, it's like you wanting COVID. They're not going to take a house back if somebody's making the payments, but they could. They could. So you need to know, because on your first deal, they'll probably call your loan due.
Jamie from California says, can the tenant get renter's insurance?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. That just protects the insurance, though. I mean, the furniture. It does not protect the house in any way.
Tracy says, since we want to close deals in the name of a land trust owned by our LLC, if we use money from our IRA, how do we avoid it being a commingling of funds?
Because your IRA must own the LLC, and I'll teach you that. Your IRA owns the LLC, then all your business is going to be done in that LLC that has anything to do with your IRA. So the land trust will be owned by the LLC, and then the LLC will be owned by your IRA. And that money must stay right there. Can't be commingling any of that with anything else you would do. You're violating the self-dealing rules from the IRS, and you don't want to do that. The IRS is one gorilla you don't want to dance with.
Do you do a done-for-you deal where you do all the work and we profit?
Frankly, if I wanted to do all the work, what do I need you for? No, I don't have any such done-for-you deal where I do the work and you get the profit. And neither does anyone else. And if they do, they're feeding you a line of crap.
Laney says, is there any way to work with you until I am able to get my real estate license since I'm in Illinois?
Well, yeah, of course. The only thing you need a real estate license for is if you want to sign a wholesale contract. Honestly, you don't need to be doing that. And you can always take title and then sell it, okay? It's only the assignment of the contract that prohibits you from doing. Do not let anybody tell you that the fact that you don't have a license means you can't do real estate deals in Illinois. Not true, not true. There's no law in any state that says you can't buy real estate without a license.
Karen says, the fees associated with closing attorneys, how are they covered if there is no money down?
Well, you pay them. If you're buying a house with no money down, I pay the attorney, but it's only a few $100s. My attorney charges $600 to close a owner financing deal. These people charge hundreds, not thousands. Okay, real estate closing attorneys is not your litigating attorney that's going to defend you in a lawsuit.
Karen says, in one of the classes you mentioned a realtor makes the offers for you. How are they paid their commission?
They don't make the offers for me unless I'm making offers on junkers in the MLS, and I haven't done that since 2016, to be honest with you, because it's just too much competition. Realtors are not involved in my terms business, period. Unless I rehab a house and then I want to sell it through a realtor, then I pay the commission.
Kirk says, do you try to stay within a certain geographical area or market and shoot for a minimum price range?
I suggest you do business where you live, because if you can't do it there, you won't do it anywhere else either. And I don't really care where it's at. I don't care if you're in San Francisco or San Jose or LA. It doesn't make any difference. There's deals everywhere you live. However, there's plenty of excuses to justify why you can't do them there as well. They're all just that, excuses. Believe me, there is no place where you can't do terms deals. And I'm also going to teach you how to do cash deals, because sometimes you're going to, the seller wants all cash and they'll discount the price lower enough to make you want to go get a private loan and pay all cash.
Richard says, why does the tenant buyer just keep renting until they fix their credit situation? Why risk all that big down payment?
Because the down payment goes toward their down payment, and they have the option to buy. Okay, what do they get when they rent? They don't get anything. They don't have the option to buy. They're just paying rent. And so, let's be clear. If somebody comes in and they give you a big chunk of money to get into your houses, they have every intention of buying. All right, they don't want to be renters. They want to own. But on the other hand, having intentions of buying doesn't mean they're going to buy. Okay? 3 frogs sitting on a log, 2 decide to jump. How many's left? 3. Deciding to jump ain't jumping. All right? Because they intended to buy doesn't mean they're going to buy. And I can't tell you why. I mean, sometimes, like the house I showed you this morning, their credit was only about 50 points below what they needed to get approved for a loan. And I could put them with somebody who can get them that 50 points raised in 6 months. Easy to solve that problem, okay? But they didn't solve the problem. Why? I don't know. I really don't know. They walked away from that $50,000 deposit. Trust me, I've had tenant buyers walk away from even larger deposits than that. Their choice, not my choice. But I forgot to ask them why they're not buying. I probably should call them and ask them why they didn't buy, shouldn't I? Huh? I don't care why they didn't buy.
Nick tried to answer Richard's question and saying their rent is money towards the purchase price.
No, it isn't. Not with me. They get no rent credit at all toward the purchase price. Never have. The first time I ever did one.
Mike says, is there a block of rooms in Vegas?
Yeah. Where are we at? I don't remember. I know one thing. You better get in right now, because that's right. We only got a very small block of rooms reserved. Geez, I can't even remember what hotel we're in now. Get registered and you'll get confirmation and you'll get the hotel right away. And you better get on the phone right away and get in, because our room block is probably going to be expiring any minute now.
Nathan says, if you were dead broke, what would you do right now in real estate?
Well, I get that question a lot, because I was dead broke when I started. You don't know what broke is. I mean, nothing. All right. My first deal was a wholesale deal. But honestly, okay, a terms deal is a little harder than a wholesale deal, because you actually got to talk to the seller and read my script. Okay, and that's going to take a little practice. A wholesale deal means an all-cash offer. A moron could do a wholesale deal. A 6th grader could do a wholesale deal. Put it under contract, run ad, flip contract. So it's easier to do. But still, you got to find that deal now that you can buy at a deeply discounted price enough to where you can flip it and somebody will pay you more. So that means you've got to learn a few marketing tools and techniques to get to those people. Sometimes that's as simple as calling wholesalers who are selling the house cheaper than they should be, but don't know that. And then you just put it under contract and flip the contract. I had a deal one time where the contract was flipped 5 times, 5 different parties all in the same deal. That's not normal, but anyway, flipping a contract for a wholesale deal is certainly the fastest way to get a check, and probably the easiest, but it's all you're going to get, that one check, and you're done.
Jim says, going to the camp, either virtual or live, do we get a list of leads and the contracts for these deals?
You certainly get contracts. They're all in my system. But no, you get leads through the Gold Club system, but I'm going to encourage you to generate your own leads by doing things that will get sellers to call you. That's part of your training.
When you buy in a low price area like Dayton, Ohio, would the wraparound lease option be effective? I got a seller asking for market value, but he's willing to sell or finance it on a 5-year balloon.
Mm-hmm. All right. Who's this we're talking to?
It's not a real name.
It's not a real name? Okay. Not a real name. You should know that the very first boot camp that I did was in Dayton, Ohio in 1991. I used to live in Springfield, Ohio. That's where my wife's family's at. I spent 10 years there, where I came back to Florida where I belong. Had a service station there and had a record service and all of that crap that you don't care about. Okay. Dayton, Ohio is one of the cities with the cheapest prices on houses that I've seen. And I doubt they've gone up much since I left there. But anyway, you do land contracts largely in Ohio, but you also have mortgages there. So yeah, wraparounds work. It doesn't matter where you're at, wraparounds work. But there's no such thing as a wraparound lease option, all right? That's a sandwich lease option. That means I'm leasing it with an option to buy and subleasing it. I don't want you to do those, to be honest with you. I want you to buy the properties, because anybody that'll lease option it to you will probably sell it to you with owner financing. That means you own it. That means you get to depreciate it and you're in total control. I'd much rather you own it than to lease it. And I'm telling you, it's probably easier to buy it than it is to lease it.
All right. David in Maryland says, using owner financing at a price of $400,000, which is the balance of the mortgage, and you're 20 months in at $2,000 a month, $40,000 mortgage pay down. At payoff, do you pay the seller $400,000 or $360,000?
That's a good question. All right. First of all, you don't get $2,000 a month credit because only the principal portion of that's going to pay down the loan. You're paying principal, interest, taxes, and insurance on whatever the seller's paying. So you get that debt pay down. The way I write the contract up is you're going to get the benefit of the debt pay down when you're buying the house. But when I put tenant buyers in there, their price is fixed. So if they're in there 5 years, their price is the same 5 years as it is now, but your debt is paid way down, just like the house I showed you this morning. All right. By the way, I didn't even tell you what happened to that house. My personal assistant talked me into letting them rent the house, and they've been in it ever since. Hey, they're paying the debt down and taking care of the house. What do I care? But I'm still waiting for my 50 grand. I think I got a long wait though. But no, debt pay down is something that a lot of people don't give enough credit to, because I'm telling you, that'll make you a ton of money, and don't take that long a time.
Great.
Your whole goal is to get them paid off, perhaps. What would it be like if you had 50 houses all paid off and you're ready to retire? You won't worry about money anymore.
David again, how is liability handled with an options tenant buyer? Do tenants get liability insurance, or do I get liability insurance?
You always get liability insurance as part of your insurance policy. Liability is just one of the things they're insuring you against, in addition to the house burning down or whatever. So that's part of your insurance. And in fact, we use NREIG, National Real Estate Investors Insurance Group. They will insure non-owner occupied only all over the country and really good rates. So, right, NREIG, look them up.
Rajinder says, I'm not that comfortable with this. I need to think about this. Should I get into this? I'll have to use VAs for a lot of it.
Well, first of all, I don't expect you to be real comfortable with it. You haven't been trained on it. That's why the training exists. Next, I would expect you to use the VAs. That's what I'm going to train you to do, because I'm trying to get you to the point to where you're working less, not working more. That's what systemization and delegation is all about. So I'm not sure what the question is, but you're never going to be comfortable with anything until you get trained on what that thing is. I always tell people, if you want to buy a restaurant, which I've had 6 of incidentally, you're not going to learn how to run a restaurant by eating there. Okay, got to get behind the scenes and learn the real ins and outs. You heard Corey Rose testify a while ago. He, I think he said the first time he came was 2017, and he just got back in the saddle in 2022, and he blatantly admitted the only problem between this year and this year, and frankly, that is the only problem you have. It don't need money. It don't need credit. The only thing that can stop you is what's between your 2 ears.
Alex says, why would an attorney be needed on a lease option deal if the tenant buyer isn't closing?
Because I said so. Lease option is the tenant buyer is giving you thousands of dollars. You better have an attorney close it, Just get everything signed, and I have what's called a CYA letter as well that they get signed, and then that will help prevent lawsuits. Anybody who thinks they're going to come get their deposit back, and even if they did come, you got all the evidence and attorney testifying for you. Just trust me when I tell you. Besides, the tenant buyer pays for the attorney. Why wouldn't you have one? Stupid not to have one. Let attorneys do what they do best and keep you out of trouble. How about that? Especially when they're free.
David in Maryland says, is language needed in the contract covering if the seller becomes deceased? How's the payoff handled with the deceased seller?
The deceased seller's heirs are responsible to honor the agreement. So in other words, whoever is next in line signs the satisfaction when it comes time.
And that language,
And, worst case, you just have your attorney petition the court, and the judge will sign it for you.
and that language is already in our contracts.
Yeah, it's in fact in the first paragraph of your contract. It says heirs, successors, and assigns. That does not mean assigning the contract, okay? But that does mean that the heirs are responsible for keeping the promise of the individual seller.
Andrew asked, how much is it for that training? I think maybe he missed when you went over it in the beginning. Quick start.
Okay. Well, that depends on whether you have credits coming. You probably do. And I'm not going to go through that whole number again. Get on the phone right there and let them go through it. And it depends on whether you finance it or whether you pay it in full, whether you got Gold Club points, whether you've got my terms course already, whether you're a first responder, whether you, all of that. So it's not an easy question to answer.
Tom says, is there any difference between a deed and the title?
A what?
A deed and title.
No. The deed and the title is the same thing. Unless you're in Canada, they call it a title. They don't call it a deed.
Jacqueline says, so we have to pay for the training and pay to get the leads generated?
Yes. Of course. Gold Club will generate them for you for $59 a month, but you got to generate leads and you got to keep generating leads. A lot of those you can generate for free, but sooner or later you're going to want to start investing some money in generating those leads because they're quality leads and better deals.
Tom says, please explain how you get the seller to cover the next 2 payments before your tenant buyer takes over.
Well, I just explained to them that let's say I'm at the end of August. Let's say they're moving out the end of August. All right. So I'd say, well, okay, Mr. Seller, that means you're going to be making a September payment because it's for the month of August, because it is. Interest is accrued before it's due, unlike rent. Rent's paid in advance. All right. Then I'm going to ask you, and then I'm going to ask you to make the September and the October payment, and I will begin picking them up in November. Now, there's only 2 things he can say. He can say, what? Which you better be prepared. And that script is right in my book. Okay. All right. Well, listen, Mr. Seller, did you notice where I'm paying all your closing costs? Well, yeah. Well, wouldn't you agree that your share of the closing costs is more than the extra couple payments I'm asking you to make? Well, I suppose. Hey, if you sold this with a realtor, would their commission be a whole lot more than a couple of payments I'm asking you to make? Well, yeah. Well, then you think it's fair for me to ask you to help me help you? And that's the script, and it never fails, okay? Now, if it comes down to the point to where they just absolutely can't make the payments, then obviously you're going to have to adapt. But I can't remember the last time that I didn't get the seller to make the payment. Now, with the exception, of course, if I'm buying them out of foreclosure and they're already 6 months behind, they're most certainly not going to make the next 2, all right? But on the other hand, I'm going to get a lot of equity in the deal.
All right. When buying in a trust, are you using an LLC as a trustee and another LLC as a beneficiary?
I do, but in some states you have to use an individual as a trustee. But whoever you want can be the beneficiary. And in fact, I think California is one of those states.
Amico says, if you are a realtor, does this plan work?
I don't know why it wouldn't work. Okay, I have a lot of realtors in this business. And in fact, it's actually a perfect combination if you want to be a realtor, because you're going to get some deals on the inside that won't work for them to list for whatever reason, not ready to sell or whatever, and refer to you. But also think about this. You're on the phone with the seller. The seller says, I just can't do terms. Okay, so you got to have all cash. Yeah, I do. Okay, well then listen. You're going to list it with a realtor? Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Okay, well then why don't I list it for you? I'm a realtor, and I'll be happy to come out and list it for you. You know what that does for you? That gets you on the inside track. You already have a relationship going on the phone with them. You're not one of them realtors calling them and pestering them as soon as their ad hits the internet, trying to get them to list the house. So you have an inside advantage. So it's just another income stream for you. I don't know whether you want to get a license or not, but if you want to get a license, it does not affect your ability to buy and sell houses. All you have to do is disclose that you're a realtor or an agent at the point of a meaningful relationship. And I can tell you right now, the seller could care less, but your broker will certainly care, and the licensing authority certainly cares. You must disclose that you're an agent. I used to put right under my licensed real estate agent in the 2 years that I had a license, because I did not want to renew my license. It was a pain in the neck. In Florida, you got to go to 72 more hours of continuous training after a couple of years to get a license. That was the end of my license. I couldn't take more than 72 more hours of sitting in that class. You will not learn how to be a realtor in the realtor's class. You will not learn how to make money or run a business. What you will learn is how to pass the test.
Anna Lou says, I'm thinking about selling my home. Should I sell with lease option in California?
I can't tell you that, but I can tell you that if you personally guaranteed the debt, you probably have, I'd be more apt to cash out of that one and get that debt off your credit report. The more debt you get off your credit report, the easier the easier it's going to be for you to go borrow money if and when you ever want to do it. Now's the time to clean up your credit report and sell those things that you have personally guaranteed debt on, and then learn how to go out and buy them with non-recourse debt, which is the kind we get from sellers, whether we take it over subject to or whether we buy with owner financing. We don't guarantee the debt. I want you to go out and get all that. You can. Millions of dollars worth of it. Doesn't show in your credit, doesn't show in your financial statement, and nobody's going to chase you for the debt. The most they can get is the house. So I'm surprised somebody hasn't asked me already, well, what happens if I owe the seller a balloon and I can't pay him at the end of the balloon period? Huh? Well, I'm not going to answer unless somebody asks.
Hey, Ron, what happens if...
Okay, I get it. All right. So let's say you give the seller a 5-year balloon. 5 years goes by, you haven't paid him. Listen to me. The seller's got two choices. Number one, extend the contract. Or two, tell you they want the house back. If they want the house back, you give them the house back. Okay? There's nothing else they can do. Well, won't they foreclose? Well, foreclose on what? Okay, you're about ready to give them the house back. They got no reason to foreclose, and if they did, they're foreclosing on your land trust, not on you, because you didn't personally guarantee the debt. If you listen to the old guy, and we'll keep you out of trouble, all right? I'm going to keep you out of harm's way if you'll listen, all right? But I'm not. That's the only two choices the seller's got, folks. So look at all the money you made on it during that period. That's the worst that can happen. Worst.
Then you could also just try to sell the house conventionally at that point.
Well, I assume you've been trying to sell the house all this time. And because you're thinking, laying about this in bed at night, thinking all the things that can go wrong, you couldn't sell it during the 5-year period. Sky's going to fall, Chicken Little's going to come, and bad things are going to happen. No, seller's got two choices, all right? Take the house or extend the term.
Sharonda says, when applying for your LLC, do you put that you're the owner or the manager?
When I'm applying for the LLC, it depends on whether you're the owner or not the owner, but you're probably going to be the manager. Yeah, I'm the manager of most of my LLCs. I'm going to teach you how to own those LLCs to keep predators from taking what's yours, even if you live in California.
Rusty says, if you have an LLC in your home state, but you are doing deals virtually in other states, do you need to have an LLC in each of those other states?
No. You're going to take title into a land trust or a grantor revocable trust. That trust can be owned by any LLC in any state.
Caleb says, Ron, could you tell us about when you met the Donald?
Oh, golly. I don't know what year it was. It was long before he ran for president. I know that. I don't know. I know he was an hour late. Okay. And I just don't remember what year it was.
Kadeem says, would you buy a lakefront summer vacation home worth $1.1 million with no money down, but the monthly cost is $9,000 after insurance in a high fire danger area?
No, because $9,000 is way too high a payment on a $1.1 million. There's no tenant buyer going to pay that, with one possible exception, And that is if my intent was to do an Airbnb on it. Because the way you described it, that house might be worth $20,000 or more per month in revenue, and then I might do it, but I would absolutely not personally guarantee that debt. I don't know why that payment is so high, to be honest with you, but it's too high for a $1.1 million house. I know that.
Yeah, it should be about half that.
About half of that. Even if the taxes are high and the insurance is high, that's still too high of a payment.
Rick says, where do we find the contracts that we will be using?
Well, they're on my Gold Club site. They're in my term system. They're in my manual for my boot camp. Not hard to find. The ones in my boot camp, though, I have filled in versions for every type of deal there is, and I have special clauses in there that you put in based on the situation in hand that won't get anywhere else. Boot camp manual is about that thick, and believe me, it's going to be a resource you're going to be using for a lot of years.
James says in California, the closing costs are high. Would you still buy to own or lease option
Absolutely.
if you have no money?
California's closing costs are not as high as some of the states. And yes, I will buy and pay the closing costs as long as I got enough equity to justify it and all the other reasons. You know, so what? I have to pay high closing costs. Remember, I'm going to buy this house and turn around and get a non-refundable option deposit many times what my closing costs are within a few days. So if I have to pay them, I have to pay them. But then I own the property and totally control it. And guys, don't forget about this depreciation thing, okay? When you don't have to give the money to the IRS, isn't that about the same as getting a rent increase? If I save $5,000 a year because I own it, that's like getting $5,000 more in rent, isn't it?
Sabrina says, is there a way to purchase a 1-to-4 multi-unit with terms?
Well, sure. In fact, I buy commercial property on terms. Terms is my first thought process when I'm buying anything that has to do with real estate. And frankly, for them to get me to pay cash, I mean, we got to have a deeply discounted price because I like terms. I have a commercial boot camp that I teach a couple times a year, and I'm working with a group called Commercial Mastermind Group. And they submit terms deals. I have a guy full time doing nothing but pre-screening those commercial deals, both land and buildings. And the ones we buy, most of them are with terms. And frankly, if we can't get terms, then I have very little interest unless we can see that we're getting a deeply discounted price. So we're dealing with the people that are okay with terms, just like the residential business.
Bradford says a seller wants to sell a house in good condition but won't sell it for wholesale. What is the best option if I have no money?
Nothing. No terms, no deal.
Jim says I watched another of your videos and you were talking about revocable grantor trusts under your LLC.
Mm-hmm.
Do we do this for every house we do a deal on?
Yes. We call them land trusts. They're a grantor revocable trust, one house per trust, one egg, one basket. But you can have as many of those trusts owned by one LLC as you want.
Did you train Grant Cardone?
I don't know. I don't know a lot of people that I trained. They don't come back and tell me. Somebody told me I did, but I've never really talked to Grant.
All right, I have some questions that came in on TikTok that I can't pop up on the screen. But Carson says, what do you recommend instead of rent to own in Texas? You mentioned in one video there.
You can do rent to owns in Texas now. We just learned that. I just did a boot camp in Texas, and you can do rent-to-owns, but you can only do them for 6 months. But here's cool. You can collect a non-refundable deposit, but you got to kill their option by the 159th day. I mean, literally, legally, with a written notice. But that doesn't mean you have to boot them out of the house. They can stay there as long as you want them to stay there and pay rent. And who says you can't give them credit later if they decide they want to buy? So yeah, you can do them in Texas. In fact, you're going to absolutely must close with an attorney's. That's the law now, and stupid not to. And let's see, Scott Horn in Dallas is very good at this. Scott Horn, and teaches it and does a lot of them and does them for himself as well as clients. Now, I'm going to tell you, in Texas, you got to have what's called an RMLO. If I sell, well, I'm not on a lease option, forget that. So if I sell with owner financing, it's a pretty expensive closing. It costs about $4,000 or so because an RMLO has got to be the lender taking back the note, and then they assign the note to you. So you've got 2 or 3 parties involved. But on a lease option in Texas, just get an attorney. Scott Horn said he closed them for, I think he said $750 to put a lease option tenant buyer in the house. And you better do it right. But you can do them in Texas. And my fault. I told you, I never did tell you couldn't. I told you that if you did, very easy for you to get yourself in trouble. But if you use the right attorney, very easy for you to stay out of trouble.
Do you still invest in real estate, Ron, or are you just retired and focused on selling courses?
Well, first of all, I guess I am retired. That means I don't have to show up for work, but that's been the case for a long time. I've been selling information for a long time as well, but I've been doing real estate for a long time as well. So I don't focus on much of anything anymore because I don't have to. Other people like Nick and John and Debbie here are doing it for me, and the company runs without me. So, I don't have any focus anymore. My focus has gone away.
So you do invest in real estate, you do offer education, you just don't focus on anything.
No.
Let other people do that for you.
Yeah, that's right. I hire people to do my focusing.
All right. All the tough questions here from this person. I don't have the name, but how come Terms course on the site hasn't been updated since 2018?
Because it hasn't needed to be updated since 2018.
It was updated at the beginning of 2021. And then actually we've made a couple.
Oh, that's right, it was.
Yeah, we redid the whole course in 2021. And then we're always updating like little portions of it as we need to update the individual videos and trainings within it.
I don't want you to think the term course is all you need to do deals. Get your butt to a boot camp and get in this business. You're going to thank me later. And you remember, you get credit for the terms course toward the boot camp.
I tell you, we have a different type of clientele on TikTok here. Bob says, okay, this is probably the 5th time I've asked what the damn number is. What do you think I can get the number?
For what?
to call in. He can't see the number on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We did verbalize that earlier, Bob. Maybe you weren't. Maybe you missed it at the time. But the number is 800-567-6128. That's 800-567-6128.
Have you put those videos up of me catching fish in Alaska?
I'll have to check. I'm not sure.
TikTok?
We send that over to the social media team. Antonio says, I started the first LLC this year. It is in residential construction. Would this fit in your program?
Residential construction?
I guess that's a category he has for his LLC.
It don't make any difference. You still got to take title to the property in some way. And that title, and that's going to be a trust in my case, and that trust can be owned by an LLC, so I'm not really sure I understand what the real question is here. Construction or rehabbing or not rehabbing, it's all still houses.
Yeah, I think it's just, how you pick a code for when you set up an LLC. For like a business
make any
code.
difference. Your LLC will allow you to do anything you want it to do. But you don't want to mix businesses in your LLC. In other words, I don't want to have a restaurant and real estate in my same LLC.
Josh says we need to work on our connection sound. It's really low and spotty signal. Sorry, this is just coming from my phone because that's the only way we can connect through TikTok. But we are streaming this on YouTube, which has a hardline gigabit connection.
Next time, get on YouTube. Then you get to look at my pretty face the whole time, for crying out loud.
Let's see. Josh again says he worked for an investor for 15 years that had your lines on repeat. So it's funny hearing them from you, actually.
Oh.
Josh,
I'm still here. I'm still alive. Some people think I'm dead, but I'm still here.
Josh says, do you rent to rent? Where's the questions? Oh, and then where are the questions coming from that you're answering? Again, they're coming from YouTube and Facebook and now TikTok. But I don't know what do you rent to rent means.
I do not rent a house, period. I rent to own them. I will not put a tenant in a house. It's got to be a tenant buyer. Tenants don't give you thousands of dollars, and tenants expect you to do the repairs. Tenant buyers don't.
Tim says, what do you feel about whole life insurance?
Well, I've got a whole life insurance policy. I paid mine off in 7 years, so I don't have to pay for it. the rest of my life, but it's pretty expensive per month, but I don't have any problem with whole life insurance. Actually, I got a term policy, but it has a cash value. I'm not in the insurance business, so that's not a question I should be answering anyway.
How much does it cost for a land trust in California?
Costs nothing for a land trust. A land trust is not an entity you form at your state. It has no EIN number, no tax return, no annual filing, and none of that stuff your LLCs have. A land trust is formed by your attorney. There's two pieces to it. There's a grant deed to trustee in California and a trust agreement. Your attorney will prepare the deed for you. Your trust agreement you can get right off of the Gold Club site and fill it out yourself. It'll take you at least 90 seconds, and it goes in your filing cabinet at home. You're the only one that sees the trust agreement. Therefore, you're the only one that knows who the beneficial interest is. It's not a matter of public record anywhere. Therefore, you get one of the big benefits of a land trust, and that's total, absolute privacy.
Tim says, I have a self-directed IRA LLC. Can I do what you do with this type of LLC?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Remember, you still buy it in a land trust, and then the land trust is owned by that LLC that's owned by your IRA. And you keep that money right there. Do not let that go out to you or your family or any entity you control or your self-dealing. You cannot be compensated for any of the activities of your IRA or the LLC that is owned by your IRA, except, of course, when you put the money back in your IRA and you take it out when you're ready to take it out.
Does it have to be a self-directed?
Yes, it has to be a self-directed, or you won't be able to determine what the money's invested in.
Can you do a lease option in Florida?
Where do I live? I've done a few thousand of them, or at least a few. I don't even know how many I've done. Quit counting. Well, of course you can do it. There is no state you cannot do a lease option in. Including Canada.
Where do you find leads for seller financing?
Where do I find leads for seller financing? You don't find leads for seller financing. You find leads from sellers, and you get the PI sheet filled out on those, and then you call them and use my short script on them to determine whether they'll do seller financing. You don't advertise for seller financing leads. That's not how it works. Most people don't even know what that is until you tell them.
All right. You already answered that. Is a land trust like a living trust?
No, absolutely nothing to do with a living trust.
Are you picky with your locations or neighborhoods?
I'm not. I've done a lot of deals in war zones all the way up to seven-figure houses.
Do you recommend buying with subject to and selling buyer finance?
No. I don't like buying with subject to. I'd rather buy with owner financing, because if I buy with subject to, I'm not doing the seller any favors. Remember, the loan's going to stay on the seller's credit report, and the seller's got no income to wash out that debt if they ever want to apply for another loan, because I don't owe the seller any money. If I buy it on a wraparound mortgage, they have a note and mortgage or a note and deed of trust showing that they're receiving enough money to wash out their debt, so they might qualify for another loan. Plus, if I buy it subject to and the payments aren't getting made, they can't foreclose because they have no debt instrument to foreclose on. If I buy it on a wrap, then they can foreclose because they have a debt instrument. It's not doing the seller any favors buying subject to. A couple of examples, though I don't care. For example, if they've inherited a property, it doesn't matter that the loan's in the parent's name anymore. And, if they are so screwed up and their credit's all destroyed and they don't ever intend to apply for another loan, I'll just buy it subject to. If they don't care, I don't care. Other than that, I'd prefer you buy it with owner financing, which is usually a wraparound mortgage.
When you take the quitclaim deed in the land trust, do you record that with the county recorder?
I don't record anything. That's what attorneys do. I don't ever go down to the recorder's office. And yes, they will record. Any deed has got to be recorded. And your attorney will not close and not record the deed.
Do you have any comment on his it being a quitclaim deed?
Yes, there's no reason for you to ever get a quitclaim deed when you're buying a house, because that doesn't warrant that the seller even owns the property. I can quit claim you a Hilton hotel. That doesn't mean you better start putting people in it because you don't own it. I don't own it, you don't own it. I would just quit claiming any interest that I might have in it to you. We don't use quit claim deeds. They're only used for mostly inter-family transfers. And if somebody wants to sell you something with a quit claim deed, you better beware because they know something you probably should know. It's a warranty deed you want, or a grant deed for you Californians.
All right, and one more time for the people on TikTok, the phone number to call to get started is 800-567-6128.
Yeah.
800-567-6128. Who was your mentor or mentors, Ron?
I didn't have a mentor. I had a lot of people that I learned from. Most of them are dead now. The person who sponsored my first seminar, they're good friends now, but back there. But he put on the 2-day seminar, and that was the first one that I went to. I learned a lot from Marco Harrelson back then, who's an apartment guy, and I learned a lot from a lot of people. Take a little piece here, a little piece there, and trying to go out and put the pieces together myself. And it was a long time before I actually got my head around this business. Unfortunately, you don't have to do that today. You can step right in and follow the steps and avoid a lot of years in training.
Chuck Norris says, does Ron have a website with his courses?
Is that really your name, Chuck Norris? Do I have a website with my courses?
Yeah, we do. It's ronlegrand.com, but it's all retail prices. So if you want to pay the highest price, you should buy there. If you want to see what discounts are available to you, call a course advisor at 800-567-6128.
Yeah, you won't get the deal I'm giving you today by buying on any of my websites. Really nice package that you've got today. With no risk.
David says, can you talk about how a deed, title, mortgage, and note play in the process of seller financing? Who holds what and when they transfer?
When I buy a house from a seller, they sign a deed granting my trust title. My trustee signs as trustee a note and a mortgage giving them a lien against the house. The trustee is not liable because he's signing as trustee, whether it be an LLC or an individual. As long as the words as trustee comes after their name, they're not liable for that debt. So that's the paperwork right there, plus a closing statement, and plus all the disclaimers and disclosures the attorney wants to throw out. I also have a CYA letter I want the seller to sign, stating that they understand what they're doing and sought financial advice and they're not on drugs and they understand that I'm going to make money and they're not entitled to it and blah, 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 blah.
Nick says, if the trust is not public records, can someone counterfeit and own your trust?
The trust, deed to a trust is public. The trust agreement is not. And nowhere on the deed does it show who the beneficial interest is. So can someone do what, Nick?
Can someone just like create their own counterfeit of trust?
Well, they can if they want to break the law, but you know, you can rob banks till you get caught. That's called fraud. They put people in jail for that. Yeah.
Andrew says, does terms work in Mexico?
I don't know. Habla español.
I've never heard you discussing fire damaged properties.
I don't discuss them because I prefer you didn't buy them, because I can tell you from experience that every piece of wood in that house that is charred has got to be replaced or you'll never get this fire smell out of that house. And I'm telling you, nothing covers that smell up, okay? So you better be very careful trying to renovate a fire damaged house unless you are willing to literally remove everything that is black from that house and replace it. And that's quite extensive repair most of the time.
Mary says, can I do this business if I am homebound?
Yes. Somebody, in fact, I have several people ask, the other day, a guy asked me if he could do it in a wheelchair. Well, sure, but somebody should go look at the house before you buy it. That could be in another state, but somebody needs to go look at the house. So as long as you get that somebody to go do that for you. In fact, many times, a lot of students now are just getting the seller to go do a video throughout the house. Remember this, I'm buying on terms. I'm putting up little or nothing down. I have little or nothing to risk. If I get a video of the house, I'm happy with that. But if I'm in the same city as the house, somebody's going to go visit the house for me. If I'm not, then I'll do a video. But again, it's risk versus reward. I'm paying cash for a house. There's no chance I'm going to pay cash for a house without having somebody I trust go through that house and give me in fact, I get a home inspection on it. I don't ever buy a house for cash without a home inspection, and it gives me the true repairs that need to be done on that house. So it's all down to the amount of risk. I have nothing to lose. It's a different mindset. And frankly, in my world, I'm going to do everything I can to get you to where you actually believe you have nothing to lose.
We're done.
Okay.
Got them all. If I missed your question somehow, just send it to ask@ronlegrand.com. That's ask@ronlegrand.com. And we'll get it to Ron, and he'll get it answered for you.
So I'm only an hour late. Oh, okay. Like I said, depends on your questions. All right. Okay. Well, thank you for joining me. I hope to see you folks in next week, perhaps on the virtual, and if not, maybe in Vegas in the live event. And again, you get registered, we'll get you the confirmation right away, and we'll tell you where you need to go in Vegas. All right. Thank you for tuning in. See you soon.
Quick Start Real Estate School is our staple event. It is our basic training. It is where people actually learn the art of buying and selling houses without using their money or credit. And it's the beginning of the training, but it's the training that actually launches careers, because they can leave that training and go out and start doing deals immediately. And then, of course, if they want, they can grab one of our mentors to help them for 6 months and lead them step by step through the process of getting checks. It's quite an intense event. I mean, it's 4 days long, and it's long hours because we don't end until 7:30 on the first night. But the last thing that happens on that first night is that we actually call live sellers. I mean, you hear both sides of the conversations on the phone, and we have some of our mentors call these sellers from leads that the students brought in. And of course, we have a daily feed of these leads into their Gold Club site every day, so we actually get the leads for them, call them for them, so they can bring them to class. Now when they bring them to class, our mentors get on the phone and create some deals. And this is a huge benefit because some of the people who bring those leads go home with deals and literally make more money off those deals than every training we could possibly provide to them. And on the second day, the afternoon, we get into the ugly house side of the business, which is wholesaling and rehabbing and buying junkers and that whole business. We cover that during that day. And then on the third day, we actually have a brand new video now of us, a friend of mine, Jay Connor, who's renovated over 420 houses, going out into the field and going through 2 ugly houses and then through 2 houses that he's just renovated. And we go through those with a fine-tooth comb, talking about what we'd fix, how we'd fix it, what would it cost. And by the time you're through, you get a whole overview of rehabbing houses. And one of the things, of course, we addressed hard is the actual cost of what it takes to renovate a house and handling contractors and the like. We even got contractors' agreements right in the manual. The manual's about that thick, and I'm updating it constantly with the stuff you will not get anywhere else. And then on that afternoon, we talk about raising the money, private money. And then I go into some entity structuring stuff. Entity structuring is tax reduction, estate planning, because that is a part of the learning process. It's one thing to go make money, but then we have to learn how to protect it, what entities to use, how do we take title to it, and how do we set up our estate so that our stuff goes where we want it to go. And the last day is spent on selling houses on autopilot. And I do mean autopilot. Automation is built into this entire event. It's part of the learning process, and we have it all set up so when the client goes home, they're ready to do business, not have to go out and find a bunch of stuff and put it all together. And one of the really cool things we do there every single day is we take all of these property information sheets that were called during the event by our mentors, and I discuss them. So we go over them every single day on all right, what's the next step. In fact, we even get a contract for them before they even leave to take out into the field, because literally appointments are made while they're making the calls. Have Brian and Annette Wolf come in. They talk about what to say and how to say it and help people with their scripts in their language. But more importantly, they're out there calling deals all day, every day, and they're helping me coordinate all of these deal structuring events that we do along the way. This is a couple that actually does the business and does it at a high pace in their city in Phoenix, Arizona. And I've been working with them for the past 17 years when they came into Planet Ron. Then I also have Jay Connor, who comes from North Carolina and done well over 420 rehabs, but he's also the expert on getting private money from individuals, not from loan sharks. Jay helps me throughout the event as well, and they sit down with students and they work with them and they help them overcome any issues that they have, and they give them guidance and how to build their business. And both of them have been with me long term as part of the event. You know, one of the biggest things that people get out of this is they build a big old network of nationwide relationships, because people come from all over the country when we do this live, and they get to know each other and they grab each other's information, and that creates relationships that go on for years and years and years. I've seen it happen over and over. Plus, you know, if I want somebody in LA and I live in Jacksonville, I build my list, and now I can call on that list whenever I need to. And frankly, the students get as much from the other students as they get from the teachers, because some of the people in the room are doing deals, they're doing business. Because we let people come back for free to this event as many times as they want for the first year, and very inexpensive even after that. So there's a lot of good quality people. I'm constantly updating the content of this event because things change, technology changes, and I think one of the biggest benefits is the students bring stuff to me. I learn as much from them as they learn from me, and as I learn it, I add it to the content of the class. And frankly, one of the biggest benefits of people coming to a live event is that they get to sit around and talk to the other people. And the other one is that I have full attention the whole time, and I never know what you're doing when you're watching virtual. I don't know what you're doing behind that. And we can't have any fun. I can't tell jokes because I can't hear anybody laughing. We've discovered that people learn 3 times more at a live event, and they'll have a whole lot more fun at a live event than they will ever have at a virtual event. But going forward, we will still be doing virtual events, and we'll have live events mixed in. And the good news is that once you attend a virtual event, you can come to a live event at no charge, and vice versa. So you actually can get to experience them both, and you don't have to wait for a live event to come up. There's just a couple of things that one has to learn to crack the code to really turn this machine on and grow it as fast as they want to grow it. And frankly, you're not ever going to believe how much money can be made in real estate until you come spend 4 days with the old guy.